Oh yeah. Come on and praise His name. Come on and praise His name. Oh yeah. How are you doing on this special day? Keeping your motive in a special way.
of Sinai, and had pitched in the wilderness, and there Yasharel camped before the mountain. And Shemaiah went up unto Elohim, and Yah called unto him out of the mountain, saying, Thus shalt thou say to the house of Yaakov, and tell the children of Yasharel, You have seen what I did unto the Mizraimites, and how I brought you with eagle's wings, and brought you unto myself. Now therefore, if you will obey my voice indeed, and keep my covenant, then you shall be a peculiar treasure unto me, above all people, for all the earth is mine. You shall be unto me a kingdom of priests, and a Kodesh nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Yasharel.
According to your loving kindness, according to the multitude of your tender mercy, blot out our transgressions. Wash us thoroughly from our iniquity and cleanse us from our sins. For we acknowledge our transgressions, and our sins are ever before us. Against you and you alone, Yahweh, have we sinned and done this evil in your sight, that you might be justified when you speak and be clear when you judge. Behold, we were shapen in iniquity, and in sin did our imams conceive us. Behold, you desire truth in the inward part, and in the hidden part you shall make us to know wisdom. Purge us, Father Yah, with hyssop, and we shall be clean. Wash us, and we shall be whiter than snow. Make us to hear joy and gladness, that the bones which you have broken may rejoice. Hide your face from our sins and blot out all of our transgressions. Create in us a clean heart, O Yahweh, and renew a right spirit within us. Cast us not away from your presence, Father, and take not your Holy Spirit from us. Restore unto us the joy of your salvation, and uphold us with your free spirit. Then will we teach transgressors your ways, and sinners shall be converted unto you. Deliver us, O Yahweh, from blood guiltness, Yahweh of our salvation, and our tongues shall sing aloud of your righteousness. O Yahweh, open you our lips, and our mouths shall show forth your praise. For you desire not sacrifice, else we would give it. You delight not in burnt offering. The sacrifices of Yahweh are a broken spirit, are broken in a heart of contrition. Yahweh, you will not despise. Do good in your good pleasure unto Zion, and build you the walls of Yerushalayim. And let all those, Father Yah, who at the sound of my voice believe all that which was spoken, all that which we do this day to honor you, Father Yah. Say with a loud and clear voice, Hallelujah! 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 Toda Yah! Amen. Amen.
We are the sons and daughters right. Shabbat Shalom. Bless Shabbat. Baruch Shabbat. Shabbat Shalom to all the family of Yah on this blessed Shabbat. It is truly spring is in the air. Spring is in the air, and the new year is upon us. How's everybody doing today? See if I can I was delayed for some reason or other. I couldn't get out that bed this morning. I said, man, I'm tired. This is one of the mornings. If I didn't have the stream, I'd have stayed right in that bed for a little while longer. I actually got a full night's rest last night. And I worked 2 and 3 in the morning a couple nights this week, and I was just so physically drained. I said, man, I need some rest. So you're just in time. I was late, and I like to be right on the dot, because I was trained and developed with live broadcasts. My dad was a broadcaster. He was always about being on time. So being on time is drilled in my head, right? And on time is, if you are supposed to be somewhere at 9 o'clock and you're there at 9 o'clock, you're late. That's how I was brought up. So pardon me for my tardiness. Last minute, I had to fix the thumbnail for the lesson today. So please pardon my tardiness. Coach Sherry, good to see you, my sister. Shabbat Shalom to you and yours. Aktreski, Baruch Shabbat, good to see you, my brother. Bless Shabbat to you and to your household, Coach Cynthia. Light to Gentiles, good to see you, my brother. TikTok, man, I'm glad to see you out on TikTok, man. TikTok, those of you that haven't subscribed to or haven't followed me on TikTok, if you don't have TikTok, follow me on TikTok. A lot of times I'll do little spontaneous clips, not related so much to a lesson, but mostly like dealing with stuff that I see, or I might be driving, and while I'm driving, the Ruach can give me something to say. And rather than me just letting it go to waste, I'll roll the tape and I'll just start talking. So if you don't follow us on TikTok, it's under what is it? Kazak Charles Cotton Kabad. I think that's my Facebook page. So that's how it's tied together. Somebody asked me, one of the brothers from the GMS South Carolina, when he first discovered me, I guess he didn't know I'm the kind of person that I like interaction. And I like somebody to come at me because it gives me ammunition to come back. And I'm like the Gremlins. Remember the Gremlins? They tried to kill the Gremlins, and when Gremlins kept coming back, so I'm kind of like a gremlin. I'm gonna come back. You come at me with falsehood, I'm gonna come back at you, and I'm gonna use your own ammunition at you, right? Baruch Shabbat, Coach Catherine. I don't know if that's you signing or if that's Brother G, but I'll greet both of you. Bless Shabbat. Oh, Toda, Light said I got some good stuff on there. Toda. TikTok keeps unfollowing you when you follow me on TikTok? That's crazy. See? Isn't that something? It's something to do with what we teach. I'm convinced it's something to do with what we teach on this channel, right? Because if I was teaching all of that lie, that deception, Esau, the white man gonna be destroyed and all of that, man, I would go way up. My numbers would go way up. My subscriptions would go. I would probably have over 200, 300 million subscribers more than likely. Because people like that. People like to have something that they can point the finger at and say, oh, see, that's a cult, right? Shabbat Shalom. Curtis, good to see you, my brother. There are some people that gave me some contributions this week, and I don't know who you are in connection with your YouTube name. So I want to say praise Yah for the contribution that you gave, whoever that was. If you choose to let me know who you are, you can send me an email, yahresh@yahoo.com, yahresh@yahoo.com. I like to know who's making contributions. And some people don't like their name to be announced. That's fine too. So if you send me an email, I just want to know who it is. Let me know who you are on your YouTube username, because I don't know everybody by their government names. So I like to know who's making contributions so I can, properly respond back. And if you, like I said, if you don't want me to call you out on our live stream, I won't do that. But just send me an email at yahresh, YAHRESH @yahoo.com, or you can send it to askmalachi ASKMALAKIYAH @gmail.com. You can send it there and just let me know. This is my YouTube username, and I was the one that made XYZ contribution, right? In the interim of things, I generally send people, if you ask for a contribution statement, because you can use it as a tax exemption. Let me say this here. Coach shares that TikTok is crazy. They cited me. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's what they do. They only harass the people that are not what they say you are, right? Oh, what I was gonna say. Like to the Gentile, you had asked me about the 501c3 thing. Now, I'll say this here. Okay, there's a lot more to 501c3 status than most people know. Okay, how do I know? I have a 501c3. I've had a 501c3 since 1993. And so there are a lot of misconceptions about people that have a 501c3 status, right? Okay. And I'm going to say this and I'm going to get into, I have a presentation I'm going to do today, some clips or some quotes from authors. I didn't do it last week for some reason or another. I skipped over it. But I'm going to say this and then we're going to get back into, I'm going to play my Black history and then we're going to get into the lesson. Okay. So basically, I've had 501c3 since 1993. I was pastoring a church at that time, right? When I got my 501c3. Okay. I've never had an email. I've never had a phone call. I've never had a pledge to this. You can't teach this. You can't teach that, right? So I don't know where that information is coming from, but take it from somebody who actually has a 501c3. I've never been contacted by the government, IRS, state, or whoever saying you cannot teach this, right? So if somebody is saying that's what you have to do to have a 501c3, I can't concur with that because I've never been, and to this very day, I still have my 501c3. I don't use it because I don't actually have a local congregation. I did use it earlier on when I was anticipating starting a fellowship and I had a connection with some people in Philly when I was in Chicago, and a brother had a congregation he was trying to start, and he wanted to use it, so I gave him permission to use it. Now, since that time, the brother has left, and he's way out there somewhere. I don't know what he's in now. Israelites be going through all kinds of changes. Some new information comes, or some new, we get presented with a lot of new stuff, and then next thing you know, we're going, right? We're into a whole nother arena. So, and like, hey man, I would love to converse with you. You know, I don't know if you want to dialogue on the phone, or do, you know, we can do private video conferences, you and I, you know, like to chop it up with you, you know, break bread with you online. And anybody else for that, man. Anybody else want to call me, contact me. That's why I throw my number out there. Not, you don't have to necessarily call me to have a Bible study or to ask me a Bible. You can just call me and say, brother, I got your number. I heard you on, you know, on YouTube. You threw your number out there. I'm just calling you to say shalom, brother. You know, that's all. You don't have to say. People call me all the time and say, this is a quick call. I'm just calling you, see how you doing. You know, I heard you was sick, whatever. I get calls like that from people. Most of the time, people that call me that do that are not Israelites in the covenant. They're Christian people. Christian people sometimes treat you better than Hebrews do. Right? My brothers and them that call me, right? My mom will call me. My sister call me. They're not in the Hebrew covenant, but they'll call me, brother. You doing all right? Maury Irvin called me though. That's one person I got to give. Maury Irvin and Maury Josiah, the only two people that call me on a regular basis, said, brother, you all right? Sometimes they might not answer them all right. They just call me to hit, you know, just to kind of feel where I'm at, you know. And if I'm like, most of the time, you'll never call me and I'll be like, well, I'm not feeling good. I'm ready to jump over the bridge. Right. Okay. All right. Enough of clowning. All right. So we're going to go into our Black History quotes for the week. All right. Pay close attention. I don't have any background music because I didn't have a chance to prepare, so I'm going to read in the background. All right. Let's do it. How do I do it here?
All right. Our first quote comes from John Barbow, Description of the Coast of North Africa. A few years after such of those Yahudim as had escaped and malignant air were forced away to this Isle of St. Thomas, there married to black women fetched from Angola in great numbers, with nearly 3,000 men of the same country. From those Yahudim married to black women, in process of time proceeded mostly that brood and mulattoes at this day inhabiting the islands, most of them boasting of being descended from Portuguese, and their constitution is by nature much fitter to bear with the malignity of that air. John Barbow, A Description of the Coast of North and South Guinea, copyright 1788, page 404. And the next quote is, the Yahudim who in great numbers lived in Castile, seeing themselves condemned to the flames by the edict of the Inquisition in that country, swarmed into Portugal. King John II of the name, surnamed the Perfect and the Great, first entertained them, but afterwards, being sensible of their wicked practices, for the pretending to be Christians, they ceased not to Judaize. He sent out his officers, who burnt some, chastised others, and filled all the prisons with them. This made many of them fly into Africa. There they openly professed themselves Yehudim, whereupon the king forbid and more passing over thither upon pain of death, giving them liberty at the same time to remove to any Christian country. John Barbow, A Description of the Coast of North and South Guinea, copyright 1788, page 404. And the next quote is, Prince Henry's colonies were enlarged by the successors. King John II, in 1492, expelled all the Yehudim to the Isle of St. Thomas, which had been discovered in 1471, and to other Portuguese settlements on the continent of Africa. And from these banished Yehudim, the Black Portuguese, as they are called, and the Yehudim in Logo, who are despised even by the very Negroes, are descended. These Negroes were purchased in Guinea, Congo, Manicongo, and the colonists had plantations furnished with from 150 to 3,000 Negro slaves. In the beginning of the 16th century, the Spaniards and Portuguese began to transport Negroes for similar labor to the West Indies and Brazils, by which the Negro trade was rapidly increased. A Society of Gentlemen, The Critical Review, or Annals of Literature, Volume 57, page 141. Thomas Smollett, Samuel Johnson, David Hume, John Hunter, and Oliver Goldsmith. And the next quote is, King John II in 1492 expelled all the Yehudim to the islands of St. Thomas, which had been discovered in 1471, and to other Portuguese settlements on the continent of Africa. And from these banished Yehudim, the Black Portuguese, as they are called, and the Jews of Longo, who are despised even by the very Negroes, are descended. Charles James Fox, Hibernian Magazine, copyright 1784, page 149, Critical Review or Annals, page 146. And the next quote is, thus, the black color is found not only in the individuals as the black Yehudim of Portugal, but in tribes, as by Charis on the Red Sea, whose hair and character are perfectly Semitic. Sources of History in the Pentateuch by Samuel Bartlett, copyright 1882, page 118. And the next quote is, "'Tis also a vulgar error that the Yehudim are all black, for this is only true of the Portuguese Yehudim, who marrying always among one another, beget children like themselves, and consequently the swarthiness of their complexion is entailed upon their whole race." A New Voyage to Italy by Mission Maximilian, 1739, page 139. This concludes our Black History quotes from the scholars for white eyes only.
All right, brothers and sisters. Hopefully you enjoy that. We have people that watch us just because we do quotes from books. We have people that I come in contact with people from time to time in my transportation business that are, some of them are professors. I had a professor one day he was from Africa, and he teaches history, world history. And we had a conversation, and he concurred with a lot of things that we had in our conversation. He had never heard of Negro land. Then when I explained to him, he said, "Oh yes," he said, "I know about the kingdoms in Africa." And I asked him, I said, "Do you teach that?" He says, "We haven't been teaching that," but he said, "But they're going to get into teaching some other things because information system, see, the powers that be don't want y'all to know. You gotta comprehend. That's why one of the reasons why we're doing this lesson is because the people of the prince is a specific people, right? And the one West divisions like to try to make the people of the prince to be Esau. And we know that Esau is not the people of the prince, right? Now, so what I want to do, let me see if I can get out of here. Okay. Let's do this real quick. Let me just do some more greetings before I go further. Let me okay. Let me back up here for a little bit. Let me let y'all see what I'm looking at here. Okay, let's see. Yeah, TikTok. Okay, let's see. Who do we have here? Let's see. My computer is delayed, so it looks like I'm replaying the beginning part. Oh, she said my voice changed. Yeah, I did that on purpose, Coach Sherry. That's my reading voice. Let's see. It's muff. I can't understand. Oh, you couldn't understand me? Oh, you couldn't understand? Oh, no, I have to. Did anybody else have a problem understanding or comprehending or hearing with clarity? Okay. I guess it depends. You know what? It might be some bass. I think I had to cue my microphone because when I listen to it in my system, it is kind of bassy. But on my cell phone, it's not bassy. So if you have a lot of bass in your system, it might sound a little muffled. So that might be what you're experiencing. So I'm gonna look at that. I didn't have any editing time this week to edit, so I'm gonna go back because I did notice that, like I said, when I was listening to the lesson in my vehicle, I got an Alpine stereo. And Alpine, if anybody know anything about Alpine stereos, Alpines, that's like top of the notch. They got a lot of bottom in it. When I play the intro song, you can feel the doors shaking. That's how much bass is in that. All right, Brother Dollars, good to see you, my brother. Brother Dollars. Well, Coach Sherry said it's wrong on my end. No, it's not. It's just I don't know what kind of speakers you're listening through. So, like I said, it has to do with everybody's system is different, right? So, if you don't have a lot of bass, if you don't have woofers, you're not gonna hear that vibration. Good to see my brother Lion Pride. He said religions have had 400 plus years to beat our Israelite families down to live up to man's self-righteousness. However, our people have awakened and are limping away from their half-truth. That's true. And the Most High, to that Lion Pride, the Most High is allowing people, allowing this exposure. Look at, y'all know what's circulating around the internet now. Marvin Sapp telling them to close the doors. every medium is getting that, right? TikTok, and I saw somewhere on a feed this morning when I was getting on the computer to prepare my thumbnail. You know, you go online and tough pop up. He's all on the internet being challenged about that, right? But they've been doing it for years. I mean, I was in church. Those of you that follow me on TikTok, you already heard me say this already. But those that don't follow me on TikTok, I had mentioned that that I went to a church years ago. I was a minister of music at this church, and the pastor, first time I saw anybody say lock the doors. It was a Baptist pastor. He said, though, he was a football player. He was an ex-Philadelphia Eagles football player named Herbert Luss. He's deceased now. He told the ushers to lock the doors during the offering time. Nobody's walking during the offering time. I was like, wow, that's kind of deep. So, hey, that's what they do. Princess Leah, Tonda Leah, good to see you. Oh, she said it was hard to hear. Okay, all right. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm not gonna redo it over. What I'll do is I'll do it over and I'll upload it to YouTube without the cute effect on it. Okay. All right. Yeah, got you on that. Cool. For sure. Okay. Now, those of you that have heard the Black History presentations quotes before, did you have problem here then? Because I do that on a different computer, so I don't know if it had something to do with this. I think it had a lot to do with the Q on this one here, and because if you're listening to it and you're from your TV through your speakers, it's going to actually be hard. FBA is pissed off. Trump is trying to end the Department of Education. All I can think of is who is going to teach us that we are lucky to be saved by white Jesus from swinging from trees in Africa. Okay. All right. So let's get into our lesson today. So today we're going to go back into the title of the lesson today is entitled, Who is Gomer and All His Bands, right? So now, those of you that follow me on TikTok know that I had a war going back and forth with the GMS South Carolina a poster, guy who posts. And it's interesting how that those guys always come here and they'll think they're dropping. They call themselves being inspired by the Ruach to say things. A lot of times they always like to try to pass judgment. They come with judgment. Most High gonna kill you, nigga. I get more of them guys pronouncing doom on me than any of them to come and say, you know, here's how I see it, right? Okay. If you see where I'm in error, putting me on the blast, exposing me is not the answer, right? The text says if you see a brother or sister at fault, right, you with your spiritual, it don't say you who are spiritual put them on the blast. It don't say you who are spiritual expose them. It don't say you who are spiritual pronounce judgment on them. It says you who are spiritual restore them. So just because I'm in the platform where I'm teaching doesn't mean that I'm 100% accurate on everything I say. Only thing I say to people when you come at me to correct me or to chastise me or to reprimand me is come with the receipts and let me look at them. And don't expect me to respond to you on the spot and say, I agree with you. I might, if it's clear, I might say I agree. I was in error. But if it's not clear, I'm not going to because see, the thing is that some people want you to receive it on their terms. If you don't receive it right now, that means you didn't receive it. No, it doesn't mean you didn't receive it. Sometimes some things you get presented with, right? And you have to ponder over that in your mind. You be in quiet space and all of a sudden the Most High bring that back. This person says such and such and such, and this is what you said or this is what you did, and it wasn't right. Boom. We all have to be pliable, brothers and sisters, right? We all have to be adults. When you have an issue with a brother or with a brother or sister, the scripture didn't say put them on blast. It said go to them, right? We have a communication deficit a deficiency amongst us as Israelites. We automatically believe that because we hear something that we disagree with, we should do a lesson and just attack that person. Right? So that's not how we operate in this walk. Okay. That's not the way of getting results. Right? Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at Lion Pride's comment about locking the door is a safety violation. Okay. Okay. you guys hearing the same thing I mean. I'm looking at the comments here. Brother Dallas said they say you trying to save the white slave master. Right. Okay. Yeah, they do say that. That's one of their lines. If you notice, they all speak from the same playbook. They had the same line, right? You're trying to save the white slave master. Oreo chocolate covered Edomite. Right. I enjoy those brothers because I tell them, I say, you know what? Let me ask you a question. Have you took your ancestry or took your DNA? Oh, I don't believe in that. You're afraid. You're afraid that if you take your ancestry DNA, you just might have a paternal grandfather that's a Caucasian. As black as you are, right? Guess who's coming to dinner? Take that. All you brothers, especially that brother, South Carolina GMS, I guarantee you, he might have Caucasian paternal on his mother or father's side. I know on my mother's side, I have a paternal grandfather on my mother's side, but they say it don't count. It counts come from your father's word count. Okay, but on my mother's side, yeah, I got my great grandfather or third great grandfather was a white man. Okay, so therefore I have about 7% of Caucasian DNA from Germany and all of them other places, right? But the largest portion of my DNA comes from sub-Saharan Africa, right? Which is about let's say about 83%, something like that. I have to look at the number again. So if those brothers got so much mouth, right? Tell them, take that DNA test and let us see your results. They're afraid. I had a cousin. He was beating up on Caucasians, calling them Edomite devils. I said, let me ask you a question. I always like to ask a question. That's been my line for years. Let me ask you a dumb question, right? They know when I say that, I'm about to get them. So I said, let me ask you a dumb question. I said, what would you do if you did it? Oh, I'm not going to do it. I don't believe in it. I said, well, you don't believe in DNA? The DNA test can tell you who your paternal family is? Why do you think that they use that when they're trying to find a person who committed a crime, right? Or they're trying to find a person's father, right? They make them take what they call a blood test, right? But these brothers don't believe in that. Not that they don't believe in it. They don't want to be proven wrong, because if you do an ancestry DNA, they'll have to revisit that 12 tribes chart, because that 12 tribes chart will sync with the rest of the doctrine that they teach. It'll sync to the bottom of the ocean because it got holes in it, right? So the brothers, what they'll say is that when they hear somebody that goes against their doctrine, they say, oh, they're not part of the chosen, part of the elect. Who gave you a pattern? Who gave you permission, authority to say who is part of the elect? All right, enough on that. Okay, let's see. The things about black skin is it covers up white easy, so many of these guys could come from white dudes. And that's true. That's true. What's his name? Dante Fortson shared his DNA. He's way darker than me. He got more European connections in his ancestral DNA than I do, and he's darker than me. So that's to your point, right? All right. So let's go to Genesis chapter 10, and we're going to start with the table of nations. That's the thing that let me just give you this here since I was talking about Esau. Those of you that follow me on TikTok, I pulled a rabbit out that had on him, right? And Mark asked him to explain this here. Mark chapter 3 and 7 and 8. Asked him to explain this here, right? This is the Messiah, right? I said Yahweh Shai. I like to speak their language because it get their attention, right? So I say the video says Yahweh Shai, right? Well, I already know. They know who I'm talking to when I say Yahweh Shai. Any them groups that call the Messiah Yahweh Shai, they know I'm talking to them, right? So I said, let me ask you a question. Yahweh Shai, how did he feel about it? Did he reject the Edomites? Did he say that they was the devil and they can't be saved? Let's see. So in Mark 3 and 7, in the ministry of the Mashiach, verse 7 says, but Yeshua withdrew himself with his disciples to the sea, and a great multitude from Galilee followed him, right? And from Judea. So now, what I offered was, he had a great multitude that followed him. And my question was, who was in the multitude? Is it possible that maybe some Edomites from Idumea was in that multitude? I said, let's see. Let's go to the next verse, verse 8. And from Jerusalem and from Idumea. Boom. And watch this now. And from Jordan and from Tyre, right? Just in case Idumea wasn't enough, right? But who's in Jordan, right? Moab and Ammon. You know, the conspirators in the Psalms 83, right? Right there. Idumea, Jordan, right? That's Ammon and Moab. Tyre, you know, what have thee to do with me, O Tyre and Sidon? There goes Tyre and Sidon right there. And look, and he says Tyre and Sidon and a great multitude, when they had heard what the great things he did, they came to him, right? So that they follow him. He spoke to his disciples that a small ship should wait on him, because the multitude, lest they should throng him. For he had healed many, insomuch that they pressed upon him to touch him, as many as had plagues. And the unclean spirits, when they saw him, fell out before him and cried, saying, Thou son of Elohim. He straightly charged them that they should not make him known. So in that crowd, brothers and sisters, the conspirators in Psalms 83 had opportunity and see, Psalms 83 was prior to 70 AD, right? So Psalms 83, those descendants of the conspirators were in the Messiah's day still there. Every last one of them. And they came to him to follow the covenant, right? That is the explanation of Deuteronomy 23. 23, is it 23 and 7? And 8. Right. Where he says, you shall not abhor an Edomite or an Egyptian. Right? Because Esau's descendants, some of them fled to Egypt and repopulated and intermingled with the Mizraimites. That's why when you're doing the research on Esau, he's not limited to one location, because Esau fled many places, right? Some of the people that they call Mexicans are Edomites. Some of them are Hebrews, some of them are Edomites, right? So that's why the Messiah said, let the wheat grow with the tare, and I'll separate. You can't judge a person because of what they look like, right? You don't know that person's ancestral lineage just by looking at them. The brother, Coach Sherry, on TikTok, we'll get into the lesson. On TikTok, the brother said that I look like I'm a Edomite. I said, see, there you go, judging the book by the cover. I'm gonna put my ancestry DNA results on TikTok. I said, look, show you how much Edomite I am. How much Caucasian you call Edom is, right? Okay, all right. Whew. He said, I got to see that LUTG7. I'm not sure who LUTG7 is. They cuss. Who's the LUTG7? All right. Anyway, it's time to clean up house. Pesach is approaching. Some people already celebrated Pesach already. The people that follow the Enoch calendar have celebrated it. Those of us that follow the solar and lunar calendar, because it's a combination of both the two together. We are still approaching. Okay. All right. Now, so Genesis 10 and start verse 2. It says, the sons of Japheth are Gomer, Magog, Madai, Yavan, Tubal, Meshach, and Tyrus. So we're going to start with Gomer, right? Okay. The sons of Gomer are Ashkenaz, Riphath, and Togarmah, right? Now, what I want to do is, it's going to be an abstract lesson because I haven't had a chance to go over notes. I have notes, but I haven't had a chance to go over. So I'm going to kind of like try to, what's that word they call it? Impromptu. Did I say that right? So let's do this here. So let's go to Ezekiel, right? Ezekiel or Yechezkel, right? Chapter 38, right? Chapter 38 of Yechezkel. And we're going to read Exodus. It's Ezekiel, I said, right? 38. what I say, 38 and what? 6, 8, 38, 38 and 6. Okay. It says Gomer, right? And all his bands. So Gomer had a lot of bands, right? No. Somebody thought Gomer had a band. Not them kind of bands. But let's look at it real quick. Okay. It says Gomer, right? Gomer's name means completion, right? It says from Gomer, which means to end, in a sense, completion or failure. Oh, that sounds like the Trump administration. All these he passes. All these bills he signed. People's mad, brother. I'm telling you. People lighting up the Tesla cars and stuff on fire. I shouldn't laugh, but I'm praying for him. But the thing of it is that I'm not trying to be political about it, but this is what the people asked for. They wanted him back. I read something came up this morning in the feed where he wants to defund the African American Museum in Washington, D.C. Anybody hear that? That he wanted to defund the African American Museum in D.C. So it's a lot of things that's going on, brothers and sisters, in this whole rotation, right? All right, now, so let's go back in here. Okay, so Gomer means completion, right? So now, when you say completion, right, ask my One West divisions, if Esau is Caucasian, why doesn't his name mean completion? Right? Now, I'm going to show you what the completion is. We're going to tie the knots together, right? So let's go to Genesis 9, right? Genesis number 9, Genesis number 9, number 9. All right, Genesis 9, all right? And we're going to go to verse 24, all right? It says verse 24, Genesis 9:24. You can read on the screen. If you don't have your scriptures, you don't have to turn. It's on the screen. All right. It says, Noah awoke from his wine and knew what his younger son had done unto him. Now, there's a couple of different beliefs about whether Canaan was the youngest son, whether he was the oldest. I've heard different point of views. Some say he's the oldest, some say he was the youngest, some say he was the middle. All right, whatever the case is. Okay, go to the book of Jubilees. Jubilees has a different story, right? Okay, now, it says here that, let me kind of do something real quick let me look at the Brenton's version real quick. Let's see what Brenton says. It says, Noah recovered from his wine and knew all that his younger son had done to him. And he said, cursed be Canaan, or Canaan, that's how you say it, a slave shall he be to his brethren. And he said, Baruch, blessed be Yah, Elohim of Shem, which is Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant, right? And may Yah make room for Japheth, and let him dwell in the habitations of Shem, and let Canaan be his servant. Let me read that again, right? May Yah make room for Japheth, and let him dwell in the habitations of Shem, and let Canaan be his servant, right? So what does that mean there, right, brothers and sisters, right? Okay. What that means is that, see, we have a false picture, right? And that's why the camps run with this Japheth being black originally, and Esau took their lands and put their names on them. That's what they say, right? The names of the tribes followed them to their lands, right? The fact of the matter is that before Japheth, the Anglos and Saxons had England, before the Anglos and Saxons had Spain, or before the Japheth had Spain, before Japheth had France, before Japheth had Russia, before Japheth had Ireland, before Japheth had Australia and all the other places where they have expanded, guess who was there? Hebrews, whether it be Edomites, whether it be Israelites, whether it be Hamites, because you have the Canaanites and the Phoenicians who are supposed to be descendants of Esau. We read that in the previous lesson, right? Phoenicians are Edomites, right? The Red Sea, red was put on Edomites, right? So now, before the seed of Japheth pushed into the territory that are now known as Europe, they all congregated and sojourned, right, at the Black Sea region, the Rhine, right? Now, let me see if I can do this real quick, okay? I like my Google Earth because Google Earth is a blessing when you teach. And let's see if I can bring it up real quick. Let's see. Hold on a second there, brothers and sisters. Let me get there. All right, let's go to the screen here. All right, I'm going to look up the Black Sea. Okay, let's see. Here we go. Okay, so now you can see on the screen, this is the Black Sea, right? The Black Sea. See the Black Sea right here? All right. Now, the Edomites, you see this little strip right here? Right? When the ark settled, Noah's ark settled right around here, Armenia, right? Somewhere around this area. The Japhites settled up in these territories, up in these regions around them, what they call the Caucasus Mountains, right? All right, so this is the Black Sea. Let's zoom in some. Let's zoom out. Okay, so you can see where it is in proximity, right? So now, let me do something. I'm gonna try to be spontaneous. Okay, all right. Let's see if I can do this real quick. Let's go to the works of Josephus. I might already have the link already. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I got it in my notes here. Okay, I do have. I have the link. Yeah, save me time from having to look it up. Okay. All right. Let's see where we at here. All right. It came right up to where I wanted. Okay, let me give you this link here. Go with me to this link. Okay. Let's see. Okay, go with me to this link here, right? So this is the works of Josephus, and this is chapter 5. let's start right here. Verse right here, verse 1. It says, chapter 5. It says, after this, they were dispersed abroad on account of their languages and went out by colonies everywhere, and each colony took possession of that land which they lighted upon and unto which Yah led them, right? So that the whole continent was filled with them, both the inland and the maritime countries. There were some also who passed over the sea in ships and inhabited the islands. And some of those nations do still retain the denominations which were given them by their first founders. But some have lost them also, and some have only admitted certain changes in them, that they might be the more intelligible to the inhabitants. And they were the Greeks who became the authors of such mutations, for when in after ages they grew potent, they claimed to themselves the glory of antiquity. How about that? Giving names to the nations that sounded well in Greek, that they might be better understood among themselves, and setting agreeable forms of government over them as if they were a people derived from themselves. Boom! That right there tell you, because the GMS South Carolina guy want to tell me that Esau took those names upon himself. That don't agree with that. Just let me read it again. He says, there are some also who pass over the sea in ships and inhabited the islands, and some of those nations do still retain the denominations which was given them by their first founders. But some have lost them also, and some have only admitted certain changes in them, that they might be the more intelligible to the inhabitants, and they were the Greeks, who became the authors of such mutations. So who changed the names? The Greeks did. Right? Oh, see, the Edomites changed the name. Okay, even at that, even if you want to call the Greeks Edomites, they didn't put the names on themselves. That's ludicrous, right? All right, now let's go back in. For when in after ages they grew potent, they claimed to themselves the glory of antiquity, giving names to the nations that sounded well in Greek, that they might be better understood among themselves, and setting agreeable forms of government over themselves as if it were a people derived from themselves. So they took the names that the Greeks called them, and because it sounded better. Why? Because they didn't have a uniform language, brothers and sisters. They were tribal people with under the label they call them Germanic tribes. Okay? So when you say Germans and you say Germanic tribes, it's two different things, right? Germanic tribe would be the origin, right? Germany would be the actual settlement of one of the specific stocks of those tribes, those Germanic tribes, okay? All right. So now we're going to amplify this. We're going to amplify this baby as good as we can, right? Let's go back into the works of Josephus. So now, this is chapter 6. It says, nations received their names from the first inhabitants, right? Now, they were the grandchildren of Noah, in honor of whom names were imposed on the nations by those that first seized upon them, right? Listen. Japhet, the son of Noah, had 7 sons. They inhabited, so that beginning at the mountains of Taurus and Amanus, right? So now, he says, the sons of Japheth began at what? The mountains of Taurus. All right, now, let's see if I can pull it up real quick. Okay. Let's see, Taurus. Okay, something came up here. Let's see if I can. Let's see if this is it. Okay. Whoa, there we go. Taurus Mountains. How about that? Imagine that. Well, I like this app. This Google Earth is the bomb diggity. Look at that. Look. Huh? Look. So the Black Sea is up here, right? But here it says that they begin right here at the Taurus Mountains, right? All right. So this is Taurus Mountains right here. Can y'all see that? All right. Just want to zoom out so you can see where it is in proximity of the land. So Taurus Mountains is here. So you have Lebanon, Syria, Damascus, Jerusalem down here, Cairo, Egypt, right? So this is where. Now let's go back into Josephus. So he says that they inhabited so beginning at the mountains of Taurus and Amanus. They proceeded along Asia as far as the river of Tanis, right? And along Europe to Cadiz. Okay, so we got Tanis, right? Let's see if I can find something on that. Okay, that might be an ancient name. Let's try. I like experimenting, so let's try and see if it will come up. Okay, it might not. Oh, here we go. Oh, it did come up. Look at that. Oh, look at that. It says that's in Russia. Okay. Bring it in. All right. Bring it out. All right. So there we go. So we're going further north, right? All right. And then what else did he say? He said what? He said Tanis along the Europe to Cadiz. Okay, so let's see if we can find Cadiz. Right? Cadiz. All right. Let's try it. There we go. Look at that. Boom. So you way up there. So now, man, goodness. So that's a good ways from over here, isn't it? Okay. Let's go back into Josephus. So he said, along Europe to Cadiz, and selling themselves on the lands which they light upon, which none had inhabited before, they called the nations by their own names. For Gomer founded those whom the Greeks now call Galatians. Right? So say that again. So I almost got choked there. Where was I at here? For Gomer, okay, here's where I'm at. Let me zoom this in some. For Gomer founded those whom the Greeks call Galatians, right? Now, so we learned something new here, right? So when you read the book of Galatians, ask my One West Divisions people. I know they're going to say, those are Israelites. Nothing you can do when people have been brainwashed. Every time you come at them with something that goes against what they believe, it's like they become like a broken record. 2nd Ezra 6-9. Father, help us today. I mean, to tell you, you can't help people like that because they already have in their mind, right? They're set as they're fixated in their mind, brother. They're fixated in their mind. There's nothing you can do with that, right? All right, so let's go back in here. So he says what? For Gomer founded those whom the Greeks call Galatians. So if the Greeks, y'all know where I'm going with it, right? If the Greeks are Edomites, why would the Greeks call the Galatians who are, I forgot. The Galatians are Hebrews. He was a Gentile. Oh, you read 2nd Ezra where it says that to wit the Gentiles. See? He called the Canaanites Gentiles, right? Y'all read that before, right? Okay. He didn't call them Gentiles. Okay. They had adopted the practices of the Gentile. And who were those Gentiles that they adopted the practices of? The Persians and the Greeks. Okay, now. So the Galatians, these Galatians are Gomer, right? So when you read in the scriptures, Paul writing a letter to the Galatians, he's writing a letter to Gomer's seed, right? Now, keep your finger there. Let's go back to the scriptures here. And so it says that Yah will make room for Japheth and let him dwell in the habitations of Shem, right? So that is the beginning of the fulfillment of that, right? The Galatians made their entryway into the lands of Shem in the days of the Mashiach, under the leadership of Shaul, or Paul the Apostle. What did he call himself? Right? Paul said, I am an apostle to the Gentiles, right? Let's read it real quick. Okay, Romans 11. Romans 11. All right. Hold on a second. Oh, I have to change my version because it's not in the Brenton's version. Let's see. Go back in here. Now let's do it now. Okay. Romans 11 and 13 says, Paul says, for I speak to you Gentiles, inasmuch as I am an apostle of the Gentiles. Right. So Paul says he's an apostle to the Gentiles, right? So Romans are Gentiles, right? Oh, no, Romans not Gentiles, brother. Romans are Edomites. They're Hebrews. What are you talking about, Willis? See, those brothers have to unlearn that that brainwashed teaching, right? What don't it say in the book of Joshua chapter 90 that it became one people? In the One West Camp Division's teaching, yes. Okay. All right. Now, so the Gentiles, Paul said he was apostle to the Gentiles, right? Now, let's read this other one here. This is 1 Timothy 2:7 says, whereunto I am ordained a preacher and an apostle. I speak the truth in the Mashiach and lie not. A teacher of who? The Gentiles. Boom. Right? So, Paul was a teacher to the Gentiles, right? So he teach He teaches Gentiles. Okay, now, 2 Timothy, this is 2 Timothy 1:11. Whereunto I am appointed a preacher and an apostle and a teacher of who? The Gentiles. There it is again. Now, let me show you something real quick, okay? Hold on a second. Okay, this shows you distinction, right? I want to say this shows you distinction, right? For those that say the Gentiles are disobedient Israelites. Okay. So Romans 2:9 says, tribulation and anguish upon every soul of man that do evil, of the Yahudim first, and also to the Gentiles. Boom. Right? Verse 10 says, but kabod, honor, and peace to every man that worketh good, to the Yahudim first, and also to the Gentiles. Boom. So if a Gentile is a disobedient Israelite, then if an Israelite is disobedient, how could he be classified as a Gentile if he's walking in truth and righteousness? You can't be a Gentile and be walking in righteousness. But here you see a distinction between the Yehudim and the Gentile. So therefore, by default, Paul ministered to the Gentiles, not to Edomites, to the Gentiles, right? To the gens, to the patricians, right? To those of that particular stock of your fat, right? That's right.
Amen.
So let's go back to Genesis 9. All right, go back to Genesis 9. All right, so now it says what? So he said, Yah shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. So we see Japheth, we see Gomer, right? Fulfilling that prophecy that he would dwell in the tents of Shem. So through the line of Gomer, we got to find out who those people, who the bands are, because it said that those bands would dwell in the tents of Shem, brothers and sisters. Right? Now, let's go back to Josephus, since we're there. All right. Go to Josephus. Now, so he says that for Gomer founded those whom the Greeks now call Galatians, but were then called Gomerites. Magog founded those that from him were named Magites. MAGA. I couldn't resist that one. MAGA. Think about it.
You're going to learn today.
Think about it. That's too close. Magagites. That's too close for comfort. That is too close for comfort, brother. I'm sorry. That's too close for comfort. All right, let me get back in. All right. Whew. So Magog, right, founded those that, man, I got tears in my eyes. From him were named Magites, but who help me, Father. Great. I'm not supposed to be laughing. Oh, wait a minute. Y'all got a sense of humor. Woo! Okay, wait a minute. I gotta clear my eyes. Okay. I can't read that again. I can't read that again. I can't read that again. Oh, I can't read that again. All right, wait a minute. Okay. Good. I can't read that again. Let me see that again. Okay. Composure. He said, but who are by the Greeks called Scythians. So, those people, right? Those people are called Scythians, right? So now, what I want to do is, let me just back up for a second here, right? Let's see if I can do this real quick. Okay, what is a Scythian, right? Let's go to Google real quick. Okay, what is a Scythian? Scyth. Scythian. Okay. All right. Google says Scythians were a group of ancient nomadic Iranian-speaking people who dominated Eurasian steppe from the Balkans to Mongolia. From the 7th century BCE to the 3rd century CE, known for their horsemen and archery skills. It says here in more detail, look at the Scythians, right? So, then you have here's a little, it says Scythians. In the Bible, Scythians used in Colossians 3:11 for a term for a people group often associated with considered barbarous, uncivilized, right? And emphasize. So let's do that. So let's go to Colossians 3:11. All right. So go to Colossians 3:11. All right, Colossians. All right, 3:11. All right. So he says, where there is neither Greek nor Yehudim, right? Circumcision or uncircumcision, barbarian, right? Scythian, right? So these are two Germanic tribes, right? Barbarians and Scythians, right? All right. Scyths, as we just read from Brother Josephus, told us that the Scyths were Megagites or maggots. All right. So maggots were called by the Greeks Scyths. Okay. Now we'll amplify the Scyths or Magites in another lesson. Okay. I want to continue focused on Gomer, right, for today. All right. So now he goes back and says, now as Yavan and Madai, we're going to cover them in the future too, the son of Japheth, Madai became Medians, who are called Medes by the Greeks, but from Yavan, Ionia, and the Greces are derived. Tubal founded the Tubalites, who are now called Iberus, the Iberian Peninsula, right? And Moshokini, did I say it right? Mosokini were founded by Mosak. Now they are Cappadocians. So you see Cappadocians in the scripture, right? Cappadocia. Let's see. Let me give you a reference there real quick. So go to the King James, Cappadocia, right? Cappadocia, I think it is. I spelled it wrong. Capp. Okay, right. So this is Acts 2, right? Acts 2:9 says, we heard every man in our tongue wherein we were born. Parthians, Medes, Elamites, dwellers in Mesopotamia, Yahudia, Cappadocia, Pontus, Asia, Phrygia, Cappadocia, right here, Cappadocia in Pontus, okay? Then First Peter, Shimon Kepha says, Kepha, an apostle of Yahshua Mashiach, to the strangers scattered through Pontus, Galatia, there goes your Gauls, right? Cappadocia, right? Asia, Bithynia. So you got Israelites scattered into Galatians, right? And Cappadocia, right? So even though that was the lands of Japheth, the Gauls, you had Israelites that were scattered in those lands, right? Amazing, right? Now, let's go back to Brother Josephus. So he says, there's also a mark of their ancient denomination still to be shown. In other words, you don't know where the rest of them went. For there is even now among them a city called Mazacah, which may inform those that are able to comprehend or understand that so was the entire nation so called. So you got Mazacah. Let's see if I can find out something on this Mazacah here real quick. Mazacah, is that Japanese? Let me see. Let's see what we can find here real quick. Okay. Okay, so Mazacah. So we got Turkey. There we go. It says Mazacah also was Eusebia was an ancient name for the city of Kayseri, Turkey, which was the capital of the kingdom of Cappadocia and later a Roman province. Okay, so we go. So we got Mazacah. All right. Now, so we're talking about Turks. So now within that, this where you have your Armenian people, right? You know, the Kardashians. All right, now let's go back into Brother Josephus. I know I can't see from laughing so hard. Okay. The city called Mazacah, which may inform those that are able to comprehend that so was the entire nation so called. Tyrus also called those whom he ruled over Tyrasians, but the Greeks changed the name to Thracians. Thracians, you got Asian in that name, right? Thracians, right? And so many were the countries that had the children of Japheth for their habitations. Of the three sons, here we go, Gomer, Ashkenaz, founded the Ashkenazians, who are now called by the Greeks Regenians. Okay, so you got this word here, Regenians, right? So go here, all right, and let's go to Google and let's type in Regenians, right? This is pretty simple stuff that you can get. Okay, let's see. We got here. What came up here? This is a lot of different links came up when I put that in, huh? Good gravy. Look at the links that came up. Let's look at this one here. Okay, wait a minute. This is interesting here, right? See that? Noetic table nations, right? Ashkenaz, Scythians, Samaritans, Regenians, Germany. Samaritans, I'm not quite in agreement with that. I don't believe that's correct, but this is what he's saying. Okay. Gomer, Simri, okay, yeah, I can see that there. Skypes, Turkic peoples, Tartars, Mongols, Chinese, etc. Right. Okay, so he has Chinese on the Magog. Okay. Madai, Mitanni, Persians, Parthian. Okay, all right, this is good stuff there. Okay, pretty good. All right, now, what was my purpose of going there? I was trying to look up this Ragians. Okay. Let's go here right quick. Where are they at? And why did they default me to this article? I don't see it there. Without look at a quick glance. Let's do this real quick. It's got to be on this article since they defaulted me here. Okay, here we go. Ashkenaz, he's calling from Josephus. Ashkenaz called by the Greeks Raginians. Okay, that's the one entry. Okay, Ashkenaz, son of Gomer, Samaritans, whom the Greeks call Raginians. Okay, Isidore, scholar Isidore of Seville, in his etymology. So that's a book right there. I'm interested in this one here. Let's bookmark this for later. Okay. All right. Now, let's go back in here. Okay, so back to Josephus. So he says, so that Ripath found the Rippians, now called Pamphylogians, and Thrugama and Thrugameans, who, as the Greeks resolved, were named Pergians. Of the three sons of Yavan, also the sons of Japheth, Elisha gave the name Elysians, who were his subjects. They are now Aeolians. It goes to Aeolian people, right? And Tarsus and Thracians, for so was Sicily of old called, the sign of which this is that the noblest city they have, and metropolis also in Tarsus, or Teo, being by chance put for Theta. Septimus possessed the island of Cathema. It is now called Cyprus. And from that is that all the islands and the greatest part of the seacoast are named Scythian by the Hebrews. And one city there is Cyprus that has been able to preserve its denomination. It is called Citius by those who use the language of the Greeks, and has not by the use of the dialect escaped the name of Scythian. And so many nations have the children and grandsons of Japheth possess. Okay, but when I have, okay, so that's good. All right. Now, I think also it says in the book of Jubilees, let me see if I have that link too. I want to just kind of read something. And then we're gonna amplify a little bit of Gomer, and then we're gonna be finished with this lesson for today. Okay. All right. So what I want to do is let's see, I'm looking for Jubilees. Okay, let's I gotta find it now. All right. Just bear with me a second here. Okay. Okay, here we go. It's called Little Genesis, right? Little Genesis. Okay, once I get the link and the page, once I get the page, once I get the link, the page I want, then I'll copy the link and I'll give it to you. Okay, good. Let's see now. Where do I want to begin here? Let's do it this way. Let's make it simple. Just bear with me a second here, brother, sister. Let me see while I find this exact piece. I usually have these pages already pulled up, but since I didn't have any opportunity to, I don't want to go there. Let's see. Okay, I think this might be where I need to be. Okay, yeah, here we go. This is page 73. I'll give you the link. Okay, let's see. Here we go. All right, 73. Okay. All right, here we go. Now, go to that link there. And this is Book of Jubilee. Let me see if I can blow it up a little bit. Okay. All right. And let's go to the next page here. Okay. Okay, this is 25, page 73. Under 25, it says, and for Japheth, right? And for Japheth came forth the third portion beyond the river of Tina to the north of the outflow of the waters, and extends northeasternly to the whole region of Gog. So remember we told you Gog, it said the whole region of Gog, right? And to all the country east thereof. So his portion goes from the river of Tina to the north, and outflows of its waters extends northeasternly, right? So that would be towards China, right? The whole region of Gog, and to all the country east thereof. So that would include what? That would include China and Japan. So unfortunately, the One West divisions teach China and Japan is Edom, is Moab and Ammon. So they don't know the table of nations, because the table of nations includes them in Gog, right? So Gog is being judged in prophecy, right? Okay, now, where was I at? And all the country east thereof, and extends northerly to the north, and extends to the mountains of Celts. So your Celtic mountains towards the north, and towards the sea of Ma'ut. And it goes forth to the east of Gadir, as far as the region of the waters of the sea, right? And I would pull a map up, but I don't want to confuse the matter. And extends until it approaches the west to Pharaoh. Maybe I'll do that the next lesson. Okay, when I have opportunity to actually map it out. And it returns towards Aphrag, and extends easterly to the waters of the Sea of Meat. And it extends to the region of the river of Tina in a northeasterly direction until it approaches the boundary of its waters towards the mountain of Rapha, and it turns round towards the north. This is the land which came forth to Japheth and his sons as the portion of his inheritance, which he should possess for himself and his sons for the generations forever, 5 great islands and a great land of the north. Okay, see that? So he said 5 great islands, right? The Isles of the Gentiles. Isn't that what Genesis says, right? And these were the Isles of the Gentiles divided, right? So the Isles of the Gentiles, right? And a great land in the north. Okay. It said, but it is cold, right? It is cold, and the land of Ham is hot, and the land of Shem is neither hot nor cold, but it is a blend of cold and heat. Boom. All right. So the land of the north is a settlement, as Jubilees tells us, of Japheth, not Esau. Okay? And the Isles of the Gentiles. Okay? Now, interesting, right? Let's go back to Genesis. Let me see if I can do this real quick. Let me try something here. I'm gonna try something here. That's guessing at that. Okay, let me see. Hold on a second. I'm not gonna know. I was gonna look at the map, but I don't want to be guessing. I want to have time to actually map it out. Okay, all right. So let's go back to Genesis. Okay. So we're showing you, brothers and sisters, that the scripture is accurate. Esau's not the Gentiles. The Gentiles are the sons of Japheth, and we showed you their territories, right, of where they settle right now. Let's go back to Genesis. What I say? Genesis. Okay, 9. So it says that. So Yah shall large Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, right? So when you comprehend Daniel's prophecy of the 4 beasts, right? Because they do that, but they got the 4th beast wrong. They make the 4th beast Esau. So when you look at the prophecies, every prophecy has to line up. If the Most High said Japheth will dwell in the tents of Shem, then who, you got to ask the 1 West divisions, who fulfills that prophecy of Japheth dwelling in the tents of Shem? Where's Japheth dwelling in the tents of Shem? Right? It didn't say Esau would dwell in the tents. It said Japheth. It didn't even say the Gentiles would dwell in the tents of Shem. It said Japheth will dwell in the tents of Shem, brother. So you can't make Japheth be Esau, because if it said Esau would, Japheth will dwell in the tents of Shem, it means that whoever's dwelling in the tents of Shem now, of the lands that was given to Shem, are Japheth, not Esau, because that's what he said in the prophecy. So you got to ask the question, when was that fulfilled? Where's Japheth at? Right? So Japheth is the Gentiles. He's a descendant. Japheth is the paternal progenitor of the Gentile nations that are, as the Messiah said in Luke 21:24, that were trodden down Jerusalem. So it lines up, brother.
You're going to learn today.
The fulfillment of Japheth dwelling in the tents of Shem. Now, let's go back to Genesis 10, because I want to show you back. I'm going to go back to the name Gomer again, right? Gomer, right? So go back to Genesis 10. And we're going to amplify it in the numbers. Okay, so now, you look at Gomer, right? Gomer, right? So Gomer's name means completion, right? So it's one specific seed of Gomer that fulfilled the prophecy that Japheth would dwell in the tents of Shem. Boom! It's one people. We call them that all day long, but then we want to make them Edomites. And in their name, they're telling you they are the fulfillment of that prophecy. All right, now look. So let's go back. So Gomer means completion, right? To end, to complete, and to fail. So if you want to say the end, use 2 Ezra 6 and 9. Esau is the end of the age of the Israelite reign, not the end of the last days. The last days will be Japheth, who would be failing and completing the period, right? Okay. the 10 toes. The 10 toes doesn't connect Esau at all. It connects Japheth, right? That's the prophecy that says that you said, brother, where say Gentiles go? Where say Japheth will be ruling? It says right there in Daniel's prophecy. The 10 toes. The extension of the Roman Empire, not extension of Esau. If that was the case, Most High would have been clear. Most High, well, the Bible is written in codes. Now I see why Moses, Shemaiah, I see why he cussed and he hit the rock. If them Israelites in his day was anything like these Israelites today, I can see why he see, I'm not gonna let these stiff-necked, wicked, rebellious Israelites cause me to miss out. You know, because if you want to be stupid, right? You want to be ignorant. I'm not going to lose my salvation and my inheritance over stupid Israelites who have an evil heart full of hatred. Vengeance belongs to Yah, not to us. You just might judge the person that might be a brother of yours because they look like they could be an Edomite. Can I get amen?
Amen.
Now, so back to Japheth. Gomer, I mean. So Gomer means completion, right? So now, so when we look at the sons, which one of the sons completed the prophecy? Only one. Only one. So go back to 10 and 3. So the sons of Yavon, sons of Gomer, are, who's the first son? Ashkenaz, right? Ashkenaz, right? Okay, Ashkenaz, Ripath, and Togarma. Okay, right? So those are the sons of Gomer, right? So Gomer named Japheth. Let me back up because I got to back up here. Got to set you up. I should have did it first, but it's coming back to me. All right, now Japheth, right? All right, let's look it on the screen. Japheth means expansion, right? Expansion, right? Patah, right? Patah, to open, to be roomy, right? It says to make simple, in a sinister way, to delude, right? All right. So those are words in the character of Japheth. These are the people that make our policies, right? They are politically oppress you through politics, and you thinking that, oh, they're doing it for our good, when they're actually doing it to oppress you, right? That's the delusion, right? Make you think, oh, I'm on your side. We're going to make America great again. Get in office and then start taking your rights away. Start taking away all those programs that help you. Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, right? Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, right? So that's a characteristical trait of Japheth, right? To delude. Let's go back into it. So Japheth, it says Japheth means expansion, but when you look at this word 6601, the root word patah, I got to pull it up here real quick. Okay. 6601. Pata. All right. Let me just do it this way so y'all can see. There we go. Okay, that's better. Let's blow this up a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, there we go. Now you can see. Okay, pata. So it says to be open, that is to make roomy, right? It says figuratively in a mental or moral sense. To be causatively, to make simple, or in a sinister way, to delude, right? Deceive, enlarge, entice, flatter, persuade, right? All of these are the attributes of your commercials, right? When you go on TikTok and you go on YouTube and you watch these videos and you see these commercials, right? Infomercials, all those are designed to entice you. They'll have you believing that you need something that you don't need. You're going to go in debt and buy it because the commercial said you needed it to make your life better. Right? You got pills that make you a man. You gotta pay that money. Make you love him all over again. Oh, brothers and sisters, I declare war. All right, so now. So all that said delude. Now what I want to do is, let's go back in here real quick. Let's look up this word delude, right? Delude. So do delude. Okay. Uh-oh. Delude. It says impose. Oh my goodness, that's a good definition right there. Look at that. It says impose a misleading belief upon someone, to deceive, fool. What is the biggest delusion that the so-called Negroes have co-signed for? Who can answer that question? What is the biggest delusion from your faith that was sold to us? Right? Sold to us to deceive us, to put us at odds against the Most High, the creator of heaven and earth. What is the biggest delusion that we have bought into, that have caused us to continue to remain in captivity, to continue to be at odds with the creator, the Most High, and him flowing through our life, right? The biggest deception, right? Right. So now, let's go back in. So your faith means to deceive, to entice, to flatter, to persuade you into believing the lie and not the truth, right? To operate under the spirit of witchcraft or manipulation, to make you feel that if you don't embrace this, that you are going to die and go to hell. That's the biggest delusional. Because when you look at our people, right, and I saw what you said there, like to the Gentiles, but it's not evolution. Most of the Hebrews don't believe in that. Our people believe in Christianity. There are more, even the people that don't go to church. You come at them with the truth, I'm a Christian. They don't even go to church. I got people I know that I was trying to share something out of the scriptures. They don't even go to church. They just told me I'm a Christian. How are you a Christian? You don't go to church. Probably never been to church in years, but he's a Christian, right? So Jephthah's job is to allure, deceive, enlarge by enticing, flattering, and persuading people to believe the silliness. You're under grace, you're not under law. In the law, which is not religion, but some Israelites have made it a religion. But the law, see, the difference between an Israelite who comprehends the law versus an Israelite who's religious is an Israelite who is religious does it because I'm afraid I'm going to die and go to hell if I don't do it. An Israelite that comprehends Torah does it because Torah teaches you how you can have life and have life abundantly, right? Physically, health-wise, tells you what to eat. Financially, it tells us what to do, right? So if you're working like a Hebrew slave, you need time to rest your body. That's what the law tells you to do. Rest. Take a break. 6 days you can work, right? 70 hours a week. Get it in your 5 days, right? But on the Shabbat is a Sabbath of rest. Ain't nothing to do with religion. It got everything to do with you preserving your body so you can live your maximum potential on earth. But religion's got you thinking, oh, any day's a Sabbath. You dumb dodo brain. You done made the day of rest out of a religion. I heard Pastor MacArthur, I think his name was, he was preaching that all of that was done, as that's what they teach. The law was given to us to show us that we couldn't keep it. That's the most dumbest thing. He gave us the law to show us that we needed a savior. He gave us the law to show us how we could live. That's what it's about. It ain't about you getting no goosebumps. Oh, thank you. Right? That's what you got. Even some Israelites. That's all some Israelites got is religion. You got to feel an emotion, feel it. There's no productivity in life. There's no financial blessings in your life. You still operate under Deuteronomy 28 curses. And not acknowledging that I'm where I am because of the choices I made. Not because I'm going to be perpetually under the curse. When you go to Deuteronomy 30 says there's going to be some blessings and cursings. What determines whether you are operating under the blessing or operating under the curses, right? Okay. And to be operating under the blessing doesn't mean you're rich. Right? The riches of the world. Right? You could be free of debt and be operating in a blessing. That's my goal, to be out of debt. All right, now, when you're out of debt, you can't travel because you don't have no debt. Okay, now, I done went to meddling, didn't I? Brother tells brother, stop meddling. Just shut up and teach. I came here to hear the word, brother, not to hear all of that foolishness. Right? All right, now let me see where I'm at here. So Jephthah means to deceive. Now, so Jephthah, Yah shall enlarge Jephthah. Going back now, the enlarging of Jephthah was fulfilled under Gomer. So to comprehend who Gomer is, through Gomer came United States of America. Right? Anglos and Saxons come from Gomer. Now, let's see if I can show this to you real quick. Okay, now, before I do that, let me go back. So, Gomer is Ashkenaz, right? So now, what I want to do is, let's see. I got it in my notes. I just haven't had a chance to look. So let me see if I can dig it out real fast. All right. Okay, let's see. I want y'all to see my notes because I got notes here, brother. I just haven't had a chance to look at them. Okay, let's see. Okay. Let's do this real quick. Okay, let's run down. I'm running down my notes. Okay, all right. So we read Gomer and all his bands, so we're gonna talk about these bands. Okay, so James, let's look at this article real quick. Okay, I'm gonna move fast now. All right. I'm move fast on the whistle. Move fast on the whistle. That's what the cheerleader used to say back in high school did. Move fast on the whistle. Move fast on the whistle. All right, stop being silly, man. Okay, where was that? Okay. Go to that link there. All right. Now, real quick, under your faith. Okay, under your faith, real quick. We read this before, but I want to expeditiously read it. Okay. All right, under your faith. It says, enlarge, fair, enticing. The elder son of Noah was born AM 556, Genesis 10 and 21, and verse 32, to reward his kind and modest converting of his father's nakedness as he lay drunk. His father blessed him, saying that Yah would enlarge and persuade him and make him to dwell in the tents of Shem. There it is, boom. And render the offspring of Canaan his servants, not Ham, but Canaan, right? All right. His posterity were prodigiously numerous. He had 7 sons, Gomer, Magog, Madai, Yavan, Tubal, Meshach, and Tyrus. Their posterity peopled the north half of Asia, almost all of the Mediterranean Isles, all Europe, and I suppose most of who? America, boom. Now, how the Greeks and Romans seized on the original residence of the descendants of Shem. Read that again. How the Greeks and Romans seized on the original residence of the descendants of Shem. One more time. How the Greeks and Romans seized on the original residence of the descendants of Shem in Syria. Boom. I wanted explosion there. Let me do it again. In Syria, Palestine. Wrong one. Palestine, Mesopotamia, Assyria, Persia, and how the Scythes, Tartars, Turks, or Mongols, the descendants of Gog and Magog, have made themselves masters of the southern Asia may be seen under these articles. Boom! That's not Esau, brother. That's Yefeth. Yefeth shall enlarge himself, and he will dwell in the tents of Shem. Boom. Your camp leader is wrong. He's not Esau. That's why they won't debate me. I'll eat you up, spit you out. Every verse you give me, I'll show you in prophecy where it's stuff that you talking about. Obadiah planted his flag on the moon. That eagle has landed. That had nothing, absolutely nothing to do with Obadiah's prophecy. Not at all. Not one iota. Right? That belongs in the trash can. All right, so now, go back in here. So how the Greeks, Romans seized the original residence of the descendants of Shem in Syria, Palestine, Mesopotamia, Syria, Persia, and how the Scythians, Tartars, and Turks and Mongols, descendants of Gog and Magog, have made themselves masters of southern Asia, may be seen in these articles. So now, what are we saying? We're saying that the people that are in those lands today are your faith, brother. Your faith. Where is Shemites at? Africa, India, right? in trinkets of those lands, but they're oppressed under the oppressor. They're not ruling anything. Right? Only reason why Hamitic nations are still ruling is because they weren't promised the judgment that Canaan was promised. Only those that intermarry with Canaanites experience the Canaanitish judgments, right? That's why we see what most people don't really realize is that we married into the Canaanite family. That's why we inherited the curses. That's why the Most High gave. See, the Most High knows things he knows the beginning he knows the end from the beginning, right? He knew we were going to marry into the Canaanites who was cursed, right? So in the biblical text, I'll show it to you real quick, right? Go to Judges chapter 3, right? Okay. Please ask my One West divisions to explain this one here. All right, now Judges 3, right? Judges 3 says what? These are the nations which Yah left to prove Israel. Let's go. Let's blow this up here. Let's make it larger. All right. These are the nations which Yah left to prove. Let's bring in the regular. Let's do my restored names version. Okay, get rid of the pagan name. Okay, here we go. Now these are the nations which Yah left to prove Israel. By them, even as many of Israel had not known all the words of Canaan or Canaan. Only that the generations of the children of Israel might know, to teach them war, at the least such as before knew nothing thereof, namely 5 masters of Philistines, Canaanites, Sidonians, Hivites, dwelt in the Mount Lebanon, from Mount Baal Hermon unto the entering of Hamath. So you got Philistines, right? You got Canaanites, Sidonians, Hivites, right? And dwell in Mount Lebanon, right? Not the Caucasus Mountains, Mount Lebanon, brother. So it said, and they were to prove Israel by them to know whether they will hearken to the commandments of Yah, which he commanded their fathers by the hand of Shemaiah. And the children of Israel dwelt amongst the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, Jebusites. They took their daughters to be their wives, and gave their daughters unto their sons, and served their Elohim. There it is. Boom. So that's why the curses came. So when the Most High gave the prophet Shemaiah Deuteronomy 28 and all of the Deuteronomy prophecies of judgments, where he told them specifically before he gave them Deuteronomy 28 in Deuteronomy 7, told them, do not make marriages with them. They didn't listen. Who was the first father that married the Canaanites? The Lion of the tribe of Yehuda. He saw that Canaanite woman and said, You know, when you think about Canaanite women, right? You think about these sisters in these strip clubs. You want to see a brother go under? And a sister coming there with that hustle, take your money mentality, and she dance and all of that and entice him. That's what got Judah messed up. Judah today, or the Israelites, not all Israelites in North America is Judah. So let's be clear about that. But a large percentage are. But Yehuda's weakness is the brothels. Sister get up there and turn a brother out. Brother lose all his morals. He either took another man's wife just because. Look what happened to David. Bathsheba was Canaanite. She was a seductress, man. Brother took one look at that sister and said, I gotta have her. I know she married, but man, oh man, she that's a spicy girl there, boy. And that's been Israel's fall. Down, as mother used to say, down through the years, right? So Israel married the Canaanites, and because of the marriage to the Canaanites, the prophecy was given in Deuteronomy 28 to tell us how we can keep the curses off of us. But you know what? It's too late, because some of us got that Canaanite DNA in our psyche. We think that our way to attract a man is by operating through the Canaanite spirit, seducing him. Look into my eyes. I can do this to you, make you feel a certain kind of way. Y'all said no. That woman will turn you out and turn you upside down. And look what happened to King Shlomo. Got old. All them strange women coming in doing all kind of strange things, brother. Next thing you know, Shlomo was okay. I'll build your altar for your deity too. That was the end of our nation, right? Now I got to get back to the list. I went way out there. I went way left somewhere. Somebody, you went way left, brother. I did. Okay, let's come on back in. Come on back in, brother. All right, now where was I at? I said that because a lot of times, those of you that have been following me down through the years, the Ruach will allow me to hear somebody's questions that might be seeing this, and that's why sometimes I had to step over here real quick and then come back. All right, so I already knew where somebody was going to go. All right, now, so Yefeth was enlarged through Gomer. Gomer is the progenitor of America and England, because brother, who was that? Brother James Wood told us that the Greeks and Romans seized, right? They seized the original residents, seized on the original residents, the descendants of Shem, right? So they took over Babylon. So your Indo-Eurasian Arabs are largely Yephetic. So when people say, oh, the Arabs are Ishmaelites, no, not those ones that's over in the so-called Middle East. They're fulfilling the Yefeth prophecy that Yefeth will dwell in the tents of Shem. The different stocks of Yephetic descendants are dwelling in the original lands of Shem. And America is not the land of Shem. So, the brother, you say, well, we got them living in our neighborhood. Nope. That's not what the prophecy talking about. I'm talking about America. How do you jump forward 2,000 years plus for a prophecy to say this is referring to America? All right, now. So, that's what he says about Yefeth. Now let's go back over here, because I got some more. I got some more in that article there. All right. So now he says how the Greeks and Romans seized on the original residents of the descendants of Shem in Syria, Palestine, Mesopotamia, Assyria, Persia. How the Scythians, Tartars, Turks, and Mongols, descendants of Gog and Magog, have made themselves masters of southern Asia. Maybe seen in articles. How the Dutch, right? Listen, y'all gotta listen to this part right here, right? So we're actually crossing thousands of years, right? The original prophecy fulfillment and the extension of that prophecy fulfillment. There's the gap theory in the prophecy. All right, now, so he says what? How the Dutch, English, Portuguese, Spaniards, and Danes have seized the islands or other settlements in southern Asia and places adjacent is evident, right? Let me read that again, because somebody doggone it missed it, right? You following that devilish camp doctrine, you missed it. You follow that devilish idiocentric doctrine and you missed it. So let's read it again. How the Dutch, not Edom, the Dutch, English, not Edom, the English. So we got the Dutch, English, Portuguese. Wait a minute, brother.
Am I right?
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
That's what I want. Wait a minute, brother. Wait a minute. Wait one cotton picking minute, right?
You in danger, girl.
One cotton picking minute. Portuguese. Portuguese are not Edomites. They're Shemites. You want to make them to be Edom. They don't even know they Edom. They don't know they Edom. Somebody better give them the memo because the Portuguese, they don't consider themselves Edom. They don't even know nothing about no doggone Edom. How can I be Edom? I don't know about no Edom. Because you're making all your fat seed to be Edomites without any proper scholarship. Oh, the Most High gave Tahar a revelation. First off, he didn't give it to Tahar, right? Tahar is an offspring of One West. Can I get an amen?
Amen.
So he didn't originate it. Okay? Matter of fact, we showed you another lesson where somebody else said Esau, right, was wrong. And that came from the Jewish Talmudists.
You're going to learn today.
You think you originated it. You didn't originate that doctrine that Esau's wrong. You hijacked and you stole it, and you just might be Japheth. You just might be Japheth. All right, now, where was I at here before I got interrupted? Okay, let's go back in here. So how the Dutch, English, Portuguese, Spaniards, and Danes have seized the islands or other settlements of southern Asia and places adjacent is evident. He says, I know, he says, James Wood, he's a Reverend most now. I know no country of note originally belonging to the offspring of Shem, part of Arabia, except, okay, Saudi Arabia, that has not or is not now claimed or possessed by the offspring of Japheth. Boom! He says, Yah has persuaded multitudes of them to become his peculiar people. That read the Gojo Christianity. Read it again. Yah has persuaded, I'm going to say it the way he said it, God. Can I get a B flat? God has persuaded multitudes of them to become his particular people, a peculiar. I can't read now. All right. While the Jewish descendants of Shem are cast off. If that's not supersessionism, replacement theory, I don't know what it is. How the Canaanites in Canaan, Phoenicia, North Africa, Batia, Heraclea, Arcadia, or Italy have been enslaved by Japheth, not Esau, Japheth, Grecian, how they have been enslaved by Japheth. Japheth. Japheth, not Esau. How they have been enslaved by Japheth, Grecian, Roman, Vandals, Turkish descendants is marked in that article, Genesis 9:27, as Japheth or Japetus was the father of the Greeks. Boom! No wonder he be so often mentioned in their ancient fables. See, you calling Esau Japheth because you don't know the prophecy, brother. Not about loving any slave master. You can't put a label on somebody that they're not. To support your false doctrine of racial prejudice. It makes no sense at all. Now, let's go further. I'm on overkill now. It's 11:30. All right. I'll give you this, then I'm going to wrap it up. So now let's go back in here. So I had to read that. Now, we're going to go to James Wood again on another page, right? And I'm going to give you this link here. And we're going to go down to Gomer. Okay, right? Click that link there. Let's see. Okay. Let's see where that. Okay. All right. Y'all got that link? Let me see. Let's go to this page here. Yeah. Let's do it. All right. So this is under the heading of Gomer, right? So remember, I just told you. So I kind of gave you the answer, but I'm gonna read you what somebody else said secularly, right? So this is James. This is Reverend Moses James Wood, right? This is page 531. Okay, under Gomer, Gomer, right? Let's. Okay, now. Oh, I should have did that before. Let's make it a little bigger. All right, Gomer, to finish. Complete. See? Because, see, Yah enlarged Japheth, and Japheth's completion happened in Gomer, right?
You're going to learn today.
The completion, the 10 toes, is the completion, is the end of the world, the end of the age, the end of the last days, right? That's when the mountain, that's when the stone that split the mountain, right? Symbolic of the world powers under the descendants of Japheth, not Esau, right? Which is the fulfillment of the prophecy of Daniel's 10 toes, right? So now, Gomer finished, completed. It says, otherwise, a consumer, the eldest son of Japheth. He was no doubt the father of the Gomerians, Gomers, Cimmerians, Simri, who anciently inhabited Galatia. We just went over there, Phrygia, etc. And here, in the name of Ascanius, the Ascanian Bay, and the Ascanian or Oxyan Sea, we find traces of his son Ashkenaz, right? All right, let's see about the Oxyan Sea. Let's see if we can find that real quick, okay? Here we go. Okay, Oxyan Sea lumber. Okay, so now where's the Oxyan Sea at? Okay. It's in lumber somewhere, so they must be talking about this sea here. Okay, the North Sea. Okay. All right, how about that? So that would be here, right? Okay. Now, let's go back in. We find traces of his son Ashkenaz after they had dwelt for some time about Phrygia and Georgia, right? So I think we saw Georgia. I think I saw Georgia somewhere in there. Where's Georgia at? Right here. See Georgia over here? Right here. Let me see. My head's in the way. Hold on a second. Oh, can you see that now? Right there. Georgia, right? Okay, let's go back. Georgia. They either by the east end of Oxen Sea or by crossing the Hellespont, penetrated into Europe. See that? They penetrated into Europe and peopled the countries now called Poland, Hungary, Germany, Switzerland, France, Spain, Portugal, and Britain. Let's back that up again. So Gomer, not Esau, Gomer did what? After they dwelt for some time in Phrygia, so that's where they originated from, and in Georgia, they either by east end of Oxen Sea or by crossing the Hellespont penetrated into Europe, right? And peopled the countries, wait a minute, hold on a second.
Wait a minute.
They peopled the countries now called Poland. I gotta blow this up so my eyes can see it. I want y'all to see it too. All right, let's see. How do I get this thing over here? I messed up now. Crazy. Hold on. Hold on a second. Let me get that link again. I'm good. What page was I on? 5. All right, I'll do it again. I messed up. Okay. Trying to bring it in closer and I hit the wrong thing. Okay. All right, now let's blow it back up. And let's go like this. Okay, one more time. Okay, now how do I slide this back over so I can see? Let's close this down. I messed up now. Spinning around now. Let's see if I can make it smaller. Okay. Let's do this here. Let's blow this up here. All right, now I'm in the way. Okay, here we go. There we go. That's better. Okay, now it says again, after that they dwelt from some time in Phrygia and Georgia, they either by the east end of Oxen Sea or by crossing the Hellespont penetrated into Europe. And people, the country is now called Poland, right? So that's where you get your Polish Jews, right? Hungary, right? Hungarian Jews, Germany, Germanic Jews, Ashkenaz, Switzerland, right? France, Merovingian, Spain, right? Sephardic, Portugal, some Sephardics in there, and Britain, right? Anglos and Saxons, if not also part of Scandinavia, right? So That's telling you who Gomer is. Gomer's not Esau. And when you comprehend historical dynamic, when you comprehend the lands and the prophecies that prophesied that Yefeth would expand itself and Gomer would complete that expansion, we can see, because we're going to break it down. We're going to show you that these 10 Germanic tribes under different names, right, fulfill the prophecy. Right? Not Esau. Esau doesn't fulfill this prophecy, brother. You got one verse. 2nd Ezra 6 and 9. That's your whole thing. That's your whole thesis for your whole prophetic fulfillment. And 2nd Ezra 6 and 9 doesn't say Esau gonna rule the world. It says he's the end of the world. When did end become rule? End does not mean rule. If your money has ended, your money is not ruling. Can I get an amen?
Amen. Amen.
If you go on vacation and your stay has ended, your end did not rule. Unless you got your own definition for the word end. I asked the brother that question. He ran, he didn't come back. I said, when did end start meaning rule? Because when I run out of money, my money come to the end, I should be ruling something. When the bank called me, when I was late on my payment, my truck payment, my money ended. Why didn't they say, oh, don't worry about it. You're ruling now because you ended. He saw the end of the world doesn't mean he's ruling the world. Silly rabbit. All right, back in. So let's see. You know what? Let's continue. I gotta take a quick break.
Sons and daughters of the covenant of Yah.
All right, sorry guys. Whew. I had to make it. All right, now those of you that have to go to your class, Knesset, you can come back and finish watching this. I'm gonna keep going because I got some more ammunition. All right, now I got a second win. All right, now so go back to Gomer. Gomer it says how he peopled the countries Poland, Hungary, Germany, Switzerland, France, Spain, Portugal, and Britain, right? The Welsh in England still call themselves Simro. So the Welsh in England don't call themselves Edom. Only people say British. Covenant man. Y'all heard that Anglo Israelite doctrine teaching. Okay, now Welsh in England still call themselves Simro, or Gomeri. So read that again. The Welsh in England. In what? England. Boom. The Welsh in England still call themselves Simro, and Gomeri. How about that, right? See, the camps, the 1 West divisions, all they got is 2nd Ezra 6 and 9. And misrepresentation of the prophecies on Edom. A lot of those prophecies that they use to refer to America as being Babylon have already been fulfilled. I'm going to do a lesson in the future on judgments of Esau. Which prophecies are fulfilled and which prophecies are future that have not been fulfilled. So all of the prophecies of Esau are not future. Like Obadiah already happened. If you follow me on TikTok, you'll see where I brought it out. I showed you where Idumea saw Israel in the captivity. The 2nd Chronicles. Matter of fact, I'll give it to you real quick. We'll come back to Gomer. Okay. The 2nd Chronicles. All right. It's 25, I believe it is. 28. 28, okay. Bookmark this. This is an Edomite verse. Esau, so-called white man verse destroyer. This is one verse, right? Obadiah fulfillment. So he says, verse 16 says that at the time when King Ahaz, let's bring this up top here a little bit there. All right, let's make this larger. That was large. For at the time when King Ahaz sent unto the kings of Assyria to help him, for again the Edomites had come to smitten Yehuda and carried away captives. So that connects with Obadiah, right? Now, if you go up further, you'll see it was a proverb. I got a bird chirping right by the window. I thought it sounded like an alarm clock. Okay. Odette. Okay. All right. Anyway, let me get back to the lesson. All right. That's called Esau, the so-called white man doctrine destroyer. Right. Okay. Now back to Reverend James Wood. So he says the Welsh in England still call themselves Cymru, Cymro, and Gomer, nor do the old Scots or Irish appear to be of a different original. Let me back it up again, because y'all got to listen close. See, this man is telling you. See, it's too much ammunition to prove that Esau is not the Caucasian. Even in their own writings, they're telling you. They even still got the names. And I know your answer to that is Esau just took the names of other people. Where can we read that at other than your secret revelation? What you're giving me is a secret revelation. I mean, no scholar concurs with that. It's something that you secretly got, or that your leader secretly got, as you say. He only has the knowledge of that. No other person has that knowledge but him. But you want me to believe it? So, we ain't buying it. We ain't having it. All right. You know what I got to say to that?
You've been had. You've been took. You've been hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray, run amok.
See, that's what you call play on your emotions. See, that GMS can't play on your emotions. That's why y'all mad as hell when you hear somebody attack that false, silly, unscholarly doctrine. And tell them I said it. I gotta laugh because I get mad sometimes. I be serious. That's why I laugh. Somebody say, "Why are you laughing?" Because I have to break the monotony. Because I do be serious sometimes when I say certain things. I mean it. I mean it. Y'all mess with me. How you call me uncle? Your knuckle sandwich. Say uncle. All right. Let me get back. All right, now. Oh, boy. All right, where was I at? So, the Welsh in England still call themselves Cymru, Cymro, or Gomer, nor do the Scots or Irish appear to be a different origin. So what he's saying, the Scots, Irish, so you got the United Kingdom of so-called Great Britain are from Gomer, not Esau. Boom. Right? Let's continue. It says, these Gomerians were distinguished into the tribes of Celtae, Gauls, Belgae, Germans, Sake, Titans, etc. And according to Pezron, did very early about the time of Isaac and afterwards compose a large and flourishing empire whose kings were Man and Menaeus, Acmon and Uranus, Saturn, Jupiter, and Tuthat or Mercury, who introduced traffic among them. After him, the empire was broken into pieces, but the Gauls who inhabited Switzerland and France were long a temper to the Romans. Read that again. He says, after him, the empire was broken into pieces, but the Gauls, Gomer, who inhabited Switzerland, Gomer, and France, Gomer, Germanic tribes, right, were long a terror to Esau. No, the Romans. Not Esau, the Romans. They were, what's wrong with Edomites? I can't do nothing with y'all. I can't do nothing with y'all. I can't do nothing with that. Because just like when you see Rome, you see Esau. Your mind is blinded to what you see, right? It's kind of like the Europeans that want to make the Egyptians be olive skin or Middle Eastern looking. You can show them proof that Egypt is a Hamitic or melanated, was a melanated civilization, and they will still tell you, they wasn't sub-Saharan Africans. They were northern Africans. And that's how you guys are with Esau, the white man. No matter how much a person show you, a brother had never asked what Bible was I reading when I read in Mark, when the Messiah had followers from Idumea. He said, what Bible are you reading from? That's all he had to say was, what Bible are you reading from? You got a trick Bible, brother. It don't say that in my Bible. It don't say Idumea in my Bible. Mashiach wouldn't have had no Edomites in his camp. That's a trick Bible, brother. That's what the brother told me. I had to laugh. I said, this is so funny. This is hilarious. There's nothing you can say to them, right? When you say Rome, when you say Caucasian, it's Edomite. There's no other way you can say this. You can't convince a person who's blinded to the truth. I'm convinced of that. But you can convince those that maybe have had some questions about the camp doctrine of Esau. When they come in contact with a video like this, man, you know what, brother? I had that thought. It's like Gentile, light to the Gentiles said. He had a problem with that, right? So, only ones that are going to come out of that is the ones that have a problem with that. When they actually amplify with a magnifying glass and look at it and say, if it quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, acts like a duck, is Esau? Oh my mercy. Let me get back here. All right, now I'm having fun, man. This I have fun. I enjoy the Shabbat. I enjoy teaching. Okay, now where we at? So it says, let's read this again. So Gomerians were distinguished into tribes of Celtae or Gauls, Belgae, Germans, Sacae, Titans, and according to Pezaron, did very early about the time of Isaac, afterwards composed a large. Okay, now let's skip down. I read that. I won't read it again. But the Gauls who inhabited Switzerland and France were long a terror to the Romans, and even sometimes made terrible irruptions into Greece and Asia. Wait one picking minute.
Wait a minute.
So you're trying to tell me that Esau is Romans and Greeks? So it seemed like to me Esau had a problem with Esau then, because he's saying, look at it again. He's saying they have long terrorized the Romans and interruptions into Greece and Asia, right? They've been a terror to the Romans, and they was a terror to the Greeks and the Asians. So these are tribal people fighting each other. This is not Edomites fighting against black Japhites as you want to teach. It's the same stock, brother. Now, later on in this series, we're going to visit the Neanderthals. We're going to visit that. So y'all stay clear. I'll put a notification on the channel when we're going to cover that. Okay? We're going to talk about it. Since it's what's populating now, the Neanderthal doctrine. Okay. We'll visit it objectively. Okay, now let's go back in. So they had interruptions. They interrupted Romans and Greece and Asians. At last, the conquest of the Romans and descendants of Magog swallowed up most of the Gomerians. We're going to read it again. Whoa. What you just read, brother? What?
What you bringing to the table, brother?
They got swallowed up. Wait a minute. That's the clip I meant to get. Swallowed up. That's the one I want to get. Have you been swallowed up? I ain't gonna do that. I just might do it. Let me see if I can find it. You've been swallowed up. That's fitting right now in this part. Let's go back into it. Okay, wait a minute. Did y'all hear? Did y'all hear what I just read? I'm gonna read it again, right? I gotta find it first. Okay. It says, this is so funny, man. Okay. At last, the conquest of the Romans and descendants of Magog swallowed up. Father, help me today. Okay. Serious, brother. Wait a minute. Focus. Okay. At last, the conquest of the Romans and descendants of Magog swallowed up most of the Gomerians, but some think a part of them will assist the Turks in opposing the Yahudim about the beginning of the millennium, Genesis 10 and 2 and 3, right? And Ezekiel, there goes our verse there. Ezekiel 38 and 6, right? So he's saying, the Reverend James Wood is saying that the descendants of Magog swallow up most of Gomerians, most, not all, most. But some think a part of them will assist the Turks in opposing the Yehudim, right? At the beginning. So now, what I want to do is, right, I want to bring it home, right? So Brother James Wood, he laid the wood. He laid the foundation, right? Now, he says that they were swallowed up by Magog. All right. Now, he gives us 38 and 6. So let's go to Ezekiel 38 and 6, right? 38 and 6. Ezekiel 38 and 6. All right. We read that at the beginning. So he said, read it again. He said, Gomer and all his bands, the house of Togarma of the north quarters and all his bands, and many people with thee. So just in case he left one out, right? There is your Gog. Boom. Right? That's what he said. Now, look at what the first verse says. The word of Yah came to me saying, Son of man, set thy face against Gog, the land of Magog, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal, and prophesy against him. So he incorporates Gog with Meshech, Tubal, right? And you go down. Okay, let's continue reading. It says, thus says Master Yah, behold, I am against thee, O Gog. No, that's Esau, right? The Most High is against Esau. Isn't Gog Esau? Because that's what the divisions want you to believe. Esau is Gog. Well, if Esau's Gog, and Genesis 10 says Magog is the son, where are the original Magogs at? Y'all see how silly this doctrine is, right? So now God, he's telling you right here, behold, I am against thee, O Gog, right? The chief prince of Meshech and Tubal. So Gog is the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal, right? I'm going to break that down. I'm going to give you a precursor of Tubal and Meshech, right? We're going to amplify that in a future lesson, but I'm going to give you a precursor, right? Okay, all right? Now, let's do it, okay? So let's go here to my notes, right? And we're going to go down to, I'm skipping. I want y'all to see I'm skipping a lot of notes here. Going down. Going down. We're going to tackle a little bit of this Julius Caesar, Gallic Wars. We're going to go into the Anglo-Saxon language. We're going to go, so this next week going to be part 2. This is kind of like an introduction. Cimbri and their war against the Romans, right? So here we got here's Tubal here, right? It says Tubal, Josephus makes him the father of the Iberians, right? On the East Sea. Bocart makes him the father of the Tiberines of the North Armenian, the less. So you got Armenian people, Tubal, and you got Josephus making them the Iberians. Okay? Iberians and the Tiberines, right? And I see nothing to hinder his being a part of both these tribes, as the situation is not distant. Others, I think, without ground, make him the father of Italians or Spaniards. Tubal founded Tubalites, who are now called Iberes. So you got all that. So you got Armenia, right? Tubal, Armenia, and you got some Spaniards and Italians who are in Tubal, right? So all Romans didn't come from Yavon, because what am I saying here? All Romans, right? Italians. What am I trying to say? Italians didn't come from Rome as the teaching goes, right? Rome is the land with many of Japhetic tribes, including Tubal and Yavon. Okay. So when you go back to the Table of Nations, right? All right. And you look at the seed of Yavon, right? you'll see you got these are all people that make up the empire of Rome. Elisha, Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. Right? Then you have the son Tubal. Because you got Gomer, Magog, Madai, Yavan, Tubal. Right? So Tubal, you got Tubal, who also populated the lands of Roman Peninsula, because Rome is a name given to the territory by Romulus, right? Named after Romulus. All of them were tribal people. They were descendants of Japheth through Yavan and Tubal, right? So that's where you get that from. Yavan have Elisha, Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim, right? So Tubal, they didn't go in specifics to who Tubal is, right? But when we go back to Exodus, we see Tubal up here, right? We see Meshach and Tubal, right? So we see Meshach and Tubal right here. Sorry about that. God, Meshach, and Tubal. So when you go back to Genesis 10, right? Hold on a second. I'm messing up here. When you go back to Genesis 10, you see Meshach and Tubal and Tyrus, right? Meshach, Tubal, Tyrus. So you don't see Tyrus in there, but you see Meshach and Tubal, right? You don't see Yvonne in there. So when you go back to 38, you see Magog, Meshach, and Tubal. You don't see Tyrus in there, and you don't see Yvonne in there, but you see Magog, Meshach, and Tubal, right? Then down here you see Gomer. So why do you see Gomer? All of a sudden you see Gog and Magog, and then now you just see Gomer here and Togarmah. Okay? Now, so you got Togarmah. So when you go back to Genesis 10, right? I keep messing up. Hold on a second. Let's make it simple. So when you go back to Genesis 10, you see one of the sons of Gomer is Ashkenaz, Riphab, Togarmah, right? Now, who's missing? Ashkenaz is missing. Togarmah's there. Riphab is missing, right? Now, so go back to 38. Yeah. Okay. So now, where's Ashkenaz at? Okay, we're going to show you in a second. Okay. So you got, so he mentions Gog, Magog, Meshach, Tubal, right? Then he mentions Gomer, Togarmah, right? Okay, now, verse 14. We're going to come back to this in a minute. I want to finish that out because he talks a lot about Gog in this chapter here. But let's see if I can find Ashkenaz. Wait a minute. I know where it is. Okay, this is Jeremiah. Okay, I'm glad I found it here. Okay, so let's go to Jeremiah 51 real quick. So this is kind of food for thought, because it makes you wonder if Esau is the end of the world, as the teaching is 2nd Ezra 6 and 9. Then who are these other people that's being judged? Because they're not Esau, or are you saying they're Esau? Because I'm confused, because if Esau's Esau, then who are these people here? Are they Esau too? So why would it be a judgment pronounced on Esau, but then there'd be judgment pronounced on other people who are Esau too? Why wouldn't he just say Esau and just lump them all together if they're Esau, right? That's an intelligent question, right? Which requires an intelligent answer. Not, well, it's written in code. That's not an intelligent answer. Okay, now. So Jeremiah 51, he says, read 26 first, and they shall not take thee a stone of a corner, nor a stone of foundations, but thou shalt be desolate forever, says Yah. Set up a standard in the land, blow the trumpet among the nations, prepare the nations against her, call together against her the kingdoms of Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz, and appoint a captain against her, cause the horses to come up as a rough pillar. Right? So who is this here? Because your brothers in the one West divisions want to tell us Esau is Caucasian. Well, then who are Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz? Where are they? Are they the Arabs? You see how confusing that Esau is a so-called Caucasian doctrine is? Because when you use that one mind, that, what do you call it, tunnel vision, when your mind is single on that Esau doctrine, you can't hear nothing else. These other prophecies don't make sense, right? So you got Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. He says, raise up a standard against them, blow the trumpet among the nations, prepare the nations against her. The nations going to go against her. Who? Ararat. Who? Mini. Who? Ashkenaz. Appoint a captain against her, cause the horses to come up as a rough caterpillar. Then he says, prepare against her the nations with the kings of the Medes. Not Ishmael, but the kings of the Medes. So that means what? These people, the kings of the Medes, got to still be around. Because he says, the kings of the Medes. Prepare against the nation, the kings of the Medes, the captain thereof, all the rulers thereof, in the land of his dominion. So the Medes are going to come up against these Ararat, Midi, and Ashkenaz. Right? So, if he said they were swallowed up, he said they were swallowed up, then by default, Ararat, Midi, and Ashkenaz is a part of God. Boom. Right? Now, let's go back to James Wood. James Wood is telling us a story, brother. He's breaking it down. He's giving it to us. He's explaining it to us like a baby can understand it, right? Now, so James Wood says what? He says, at last the conquest of the Romans sentence of Magog swallow up most of the Gomerians, but some think a part of them will assist the Turks in opposing the Yahudim about the beginning of the millennium. The beginning of the millennium, just in case you got a question, when they're going to happen, brother? Beginning. Right? How do we know it's going to be the beginning? Because I'm going to show you. Right? Aha. Aha. Taking a lie from Coming to America. Aha. Aha. All right, now let's go to the prophecy on God. All right. Hold on. I'm having a hard time here. Okay. Hold on a second. I'm having a little trouble here. I have a little technical difficulty. I can't find a verse I'm looking for. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. All right, 39. Thank you. Bible Hub found it for me. 39. All right, here we go. Ezekiel 39. All right, so go back. So we were at what? 38. So go to the next verse, next chapter, 39. Right. After he says all of that, we're going to kind of short to it. Then I want to show you. Matter of fact, we'll wrap it up here. Okay, we'll wrap it up here because if I go, I might go another hour. All right. Okay, it's beautiful weather out here. I might go out and smell the air. Spring is in the air. It's going up to the 70s today, believe it or not. Had my first mosquito experience yesterday. Mosquito bit me. But anyway, I was out in the yard and I was like, my arm was itching. Then when I came in the house, it was itching. Then finally, I saw a doggone mosquito. The first mosquito this season. They know how to find me, boy. Soon as the season changed, Kazaka's out there somewhere in the yard. He got me. I was his first victim. All right, now, let's see. Ezekiel 39. So let's go to 39, the next chapter, right? So then he says, now, so we're showing you that this Gog, right? Because remember James Wood said that they were swallowed up, right? Swallowed up by Gog, swallowed up, right? So he says, therefore, thou son of man, prophesy against Gog and say, thus says Master Yah, behold, I am against thee, O Gog, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal. Boom. Is Esau the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal, brother? Gog, he says, prophesy against Gog and say, thus saith Master Yah, behold, I am against thee, O Gog. Now, let's go back here to Brother James Wood, because Brother James Wood told us, he gave us a profound statement, right? He said, let's underline it right here. He says, at last the conquest of Romans, descendants of Magog, swallow up most of the Gomerians, but some think a part of them will assist the Turks. So you got the Turks and the Gomerians, who include Ashkenaz. Boom! So therefore, Ashkenaz can't be Esau, because Ashkenaz is a part of God. Why is that important? We're going to show you in this chapter, because you got to comprehend who Gog is, because you will know who is in the land, because all the prophecies connect. It said, Yefeth shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and it will be fulfilled through Gog. And Gog had a son named Ashkenaz, and now we see Ashkenaz in prophecy. So guess what? By default, who's in the land? Yefeth / Gog / Ashkenaz. Not Esau. Right now. So he says, at last the conquest of Romans and descendants of Magog will swallow up most of the Gomerians. The Gomerians and the Turks. So those you want to say the Khazars are Turks. So they both working together. They both are Gog.
What you bringing to the table, brother?
They both are Gog, brother. I'll debate this subject with anybody. Anybody. Bring it. You want to debate me on that? Bring it. Bring all your stuff. Don't come with no secret Bibles and code, because I'll eat that up. I'll chew it up. I'll even say where the Most High said that which is in secret, he'll reveal to you. You ain't ready. Now, so back to the King James. So we talking about prophecy of Gog now. We're showing you that the Germans are the primary leaders of the end time prophecy fulfillments. It's Gog all day long, Gog. Right now, let's go back to 39 rather. Therefore, son of man, prophesy against Gog and say, thus says Master Yah, behold, I'm against the old Gog, chief prince of Meshach and Tubal. Right? Okay, who's Meshach? Let's go back. Go back to my notes. All right. All right, go back to my notes. I'm gonna help you. Let me help you out here. Let me help you out here, brother. All right. We said Meshach. Okay. Look at my notes here. Meshach, driven by force. The sixth son of Yephath, suppose him to have been the father of the Moschini, who inhabited Moshik mountains of northeast of Cappadocia, and that of Muscovites are partly his descendants, broadly Russia. Boom! Huh? And Moschini were founded by Mush, now called Cappadocians. That's works to Josephus. So what are you saying, bro? What you bringing to the table?
What you bringing to the table, brother?
Gog is the chief prince of Meshach, and who else did he say? Let's go back to the book. Tubal. Who's Tubal? Just in case you forgot, let's go back. Go back to my notes. Right? Bring it up again. Uh-oh, my stomach growled. Time for me to quit. Tubal. Italians and Spaniards. Okay? Italians, Spaniards, and Meshach is Russians. So you got Italians, Spaniards, and Italians and Spaniards and Russians all unifying together under Gomer, who was swallowed up as one united kingdom. Euro, right? Not Esau. The brother was talking about NATO. Esau's not included in NATO, brother. Okay, now, go back to Genesis 39. We can wrap this baby up. We can close out with this here. All right, so now, he said, prophesy against God and say, the Master Yah, behold, I am against thee, Gog, chief prince of Meshach and Tubal. I will turn thee back and leave but a sixth part of thee. There's going to be somebody left, right? I will cause thee to come up from the north parts, and I will bring thee upon the mountains of Israel. And I will smite thy bow out of thy left hand, and will cause thine arrows to fall out of thy right hand. Thou shalt fall upon the mountains of Israel, thou and all thy all thy bands, right? Now, we didn't amplify bands, so let's amplify it real quick. So let's go back to my King James Plus. And all of thy bands. Where was that at? Let's go back in here. I lost my verse. Okay, where is it at? Let's go back and read it again. I lost my place. I will turn it back. I lost my. I can't find it. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. Verse 4. Okay, I found it. Verse 4. I had to speed read. Okay. Now, so I want to go to King James Plus. Okay. The bands is here. We go. Bands right here. Bands. Agav. It says bands. It says 5062 Nagath, which means to push, gore, defeat, stub, inflict, right? Through the idea of impending a cover or heap, that is, wings of an army or crowds of troops. There it is. Wings of an army, right? Wings of an army or crowds of troops, right? So that's what the bands is. It's an army. An army, right? Bands. All his bands. Now let's go back to restored names. Okay. He says, thou shalt fall upon the mountains of Israel, you and all your bands, all your armies. We're going to bring we're going to bring all, and so when you tie it together, it makes sense, because when you go to Joel chapter 3, right? Go to Joel chapter 3 real quick. Okay, Joel chapter 3, we can tie them together, right? So when you go to Joel chapter 3, right? He says, behold, in those days, that time when I shall bring the captivity of Yehuda and Jerusalem, I will gather all nations and bring them down to the valley of Jehoshaphat, and will judge them for my people, my heritage, whom they have scattered among the nations, right? So he's going to bring all the nations to the valley of Jehoshaphat, right? Now, where's the valley of Jehoshaphat? In case you don't know, let's go to Zechariah 14. So go to Zechariah 14. Zechariah 14 tells you where it is. Here we go. Behold the day of Yah. That's the end time. That is the last day. Day of Yah is the last day when Yah takes over the governments. That's prophecy in Daniel's chapter 2. Daniel 2 and Daniel 7 and Daniel 9. The end of the world powers, right? So that's the last days. The day of Yah comes, the spoil shall be divided in the midst of thee. I will gather all nations against Jerusalem. Why? Because Gog is there. We're going to finish 39 out so you can see why we say that Gog and not Esau, right? For I will gather all nations against Jerusalem to battle, right? So all nations are coming against Jerusalem. Why are they coming against Jerusalem if we the Israelites, right? And the city shall be taken, and the houses rifled, and the women ravished, and half the city shall go forth into captivity, and the rest of the people shall not be cut off from off the city. So he's bringing all nations against her in battle, right? Now watch this now. I gotta show you something else that just came into my mind, right? All right, if I can find it real quick. Okay, hold on a second. This is your Babylon, right? I'm gonna give you this, and you can take this and you can run with it in your mind, right? So Jeremiah, right? Jeremiah 51. This is talking about Babylon, right? Now, it's all syncing together, right? Jeremiah 51:1 says, thus says Yah, behold, I will raise up against who? Babylon. Is that America, right? AKA America. That's what they always teach, right? Okay, we're going to show you it's not, right? Here we go. I raise up against Babylon and against them that dwell in the midst of them, that rise up against me a destroying wind. And I will send unto Babylon fanners that shall fan her and shall empty her land, for in the day of trouble they shall be against her round about. Boom! You can keep reading. He talks about the land of the Chaldees, right? Okay. So now, you can't make America Egypt and Babylon at the same time. If you say America's Egypt, then how could America be Egypt and Babylon? They're two different lands, two different places, right? But that's what the camps teach. America's Babylon and Egypt. Really? Revelation is Sodom and Egypt. Don't say nothing about Babylon and Egypt. Sodom and Egypt, right? Okay, now, interesting comparison, though. We won't go there because I'll be another 2 hours on that one. Right, so go back to Jeremiah. So he said that he's going to send fanners to fan Babylon. So this place he's going to fan syncs up with the prophecy Ezekiel said in Ezekiel 39. Go back to Ezekiel 39, right? And we're tying up the loose ends. Okay, now. He said, thou shalt fall upon the mountains of Israel, thou and my bands, and all the people that are with thee. I will give thee unto the ravenous birds of every sort and the beasts of the field to be devoured. Now, I wonder, where do we read that at, right? Where do we read the birds come to the feast? Let me show you the comparison in Revelation. So if you go to Revelation, right, where he talks about the supper for the birds. All right. That's Revelation 19. All right, 1917. Here we go. And he says, 17 says, and I saw an angel standing in the sun. He cried with a loud voice, saying to all the fowls that fly in the midst of heaven, come and gather yourselves together unto the supper of the great Elohim. That what? That you might eat the flesh of the kings. Boom. The flesh of the captains, flesh of the mighty men, flesh of the horses, and of them that sat on them, and the flesh of all men, both free and bond, both small and great. And I saw the beasts and the kings of earth and the armies gathered together to make war against him that sat on the horse and against his army. And the beast was taken, and with him the false prophet that wrought miracles before him, which deceived them that received the mark of the beast and them that worshipped his image. These both were cast alive into the lake of fire burning with brimstone. And the remnant were slain with sword of him that sat upon the horse, which sword proceeded out of the mouth, and the fowls were filled with their flesh. Now, let's go back into Ezekiel 39, right? We're going to show you the connection of that, right? All right. The kings of the earth, the birds ate the flesh of the kings, right? The great battle, we find that in Jeremiah, where the Most High said, you are my battle axe, and with you I will break the pieces of the nations. That's the 144,000 going to operate with the Mashiach to destroy Ham and Gog. Now watch. So let's go back to, man, my mind's going 1,000 miles an hour. Let's go back to Ezekiel 39. So go back with me. 39. Okay. All right. Okay. So he goes and says, what? Thou shalt fall upon the mountains of Israel, thou and thy bands. Who's talking about the bands of Gomer? Gog, right? And the people that is with thee, those that are in alliance with him, that would be what? That would be the 10 toes. All unified together, to unify, right? Let's go. I will give thee unto the ravenous birds every sort, and the beasts of the field to be devoured. Thou shalt fall upon the open field, for I have spoken it, says Master Yah. And I will send a fire on Magog, and among them that dwell carelessly in the isles. Wait one cotton picking minute, brother.
What you bringing to the table, brother?
Didn't Brother James Wood, Reverend, just told us that they dwell in the isles of the Gentiles, brother? Look. So he said, them that dwell carelessly in the isle, how are they dwelling carelessly? Let's look at this word carelessly real quick, okay? They're dwelling carelessly in the isles, right? What's that word there? Okay. Oh, my stomach ground, y'all. All right. It says, bitach, properly a place of refuge as safety, both security and trust. Safely. Okay. So they dwell safely in the isles, right? Coastland. So who is dwelling safely in the coastland, right? The Gentiles, brother. Not the Edomites. Who's dwelling carelessly in the isles? Are the Edomites? Let me answer it again. Are the Edomites dwelling carelessly in the isles, or are the Gentiles, or Gentiles or Edomites? There's a serious blockage in the brain of the divisions. Because I can hear the answer. When I ask the question, I can hear the answer coming back at me. That's the scary part. Okay, now. That's the scary part. I hear the answer when I ask the question. Okay, now. Where was I at here? Okay, go back in. Okay, now. Y'all done messed me up with that one. Okay. I will send fire on Magog and among them that dwell carelessly in the isles, and they shall know that I am Yah. So will I make my Kodesh name known in the midst of my people Israel, and I will not let them pollute my Kodesh name no more. And the heathen shall know that I am Yah, the Kodesh one in Israel. Right, verse 8. Behold, it is come and it is done. And that what the language is, Revelation says, it is finished. Behold, I come quickly, right? All right. He says, it is done, says Yah. This is the day whereof I spoken. And they that dwell in the cities of Israel, wait, read it again. Wait a minute, brother. And they that dwell in the cities of Israel shall go forth and shall set on fire and burn the weapons, both the shields and bucklers, the bows and arrows and handstaves and spears, and they shall burn them with fire 7 years. How about that? Who are the people that's in Israel that's going to do that? You already know who they are. We got some Israelites over there now. They hide not in the different lands over there. Damona's one part of the land. We got some Israelites up in Ashkelon. When I was in Israel back in 2000, I spent a long time ago though. Some Ashkelon. You had some Ashkelon. You had some Israelites that lived in Eilat. That lived in I know a sister that lived in they call it Sheba, not Sheba. It'll come back to me. But where King Dawid started out, you have and I'm not talking about the city of David, but it's Beersheba. That's it. Beersheba. They call it Beersheba. Beersheba. She lives in Beersheba. I lost contact with the sister, but she is an Israelite sister, lived down there. She reached out to me back in the days of Pow Talk. We used to connect, talk cross. And I talked to people that lived in Ashkelon and Ashdod. Ashdod, that's it. Ashdod, right? We got Israelites that still living there now. That's in there now. Some that left, went over to live in there. Some of them came apart. Some of them came out from the Ben Ami camp. Some of them were not a part of the Ben Ami camp. They went to Israel, right? Got a brother that lived in Atlanta. He's there too, somewhere up in I think he might be in Ashkelon. Okay, but anyway, let's get back. Okay, so I can wrap it up. All right, now so shall they take no wood out of the field, neither cut down any of the forest, for they shall burn. Let me move this down. Let me move this out the way so I can read. Okay. So that they shall take no wood out of the field, neither cut down any of the forests, for they shall burn the weapons with fire. They shall spoil those that spoiled them, and rob those that robbed them, says the Master Yah. Now, where do we read that at, right? Spoil them that spoiled them, rob them that robbed them, right? Let's see. Let's see if I can pull it real quick. Okay. Real quick, let me see. That's not what I want. I think it's Deuteronomy. Okay. Okay, wait a minute. Scratch that. I thought it was Deuteronomy we're talking about, but anyway, somewhere else. But running out of time, so let's go ahead and wrap it up. Okay, all right. So they shall spoil them that spoiled them, rob them that robbed them, says the Master Yah. Verse 11. And it shall come to pass. This is the part right here you got to get. This is why we know it's not Esau, right? This. Let me say that again. This is why we know that Ashkenaz or Caucasians are not Esau, because of this here. Let's continue. It shall come to pass in that day I will give unto Gog, not unto Esau, unto Gog. And we already defined who Gog was, right? By definition, who Gog is, right? Okay. Those Gentiles, the Yafeth, they're dwelling in the tents of Shem. Continue. So he said, I will give unto Gog a place there of graves in Israel. Wait a minute. Read it again, brother. I will give unto Gog a place there of graves in Israel. One more time. One more time for that. I will give unto Gog a place there of graves in Israel, the valley of the passengers on the east of the sea, and it shall stop the noses of the passengers, and there shall they bury who? Esau. You're going to bury Esau, right?
Wait a minute.
Why don't the pastors say they're going to bury Esau? Didn't the prophets know that Esau? Well, maybe the prophets didn't know. It was secret. It was a dark secret. I can't win. I can't win. It's scary when I hear those answers because I know that's what they're going to say. I notice what they're going to say. You can see it right there, but yet you got a whole nother interpretation. Gog don't mean Gog now. All of a sudden, Gog means Esau. Right. Look. He says, it shall come to pass that day I will give unto Gog a place there of graves in Israel, the valley of the pastures on the east of the sea. It shall stop the noses of the passengers, and there shall they bury Gog, not Esau, and his multitude, Gomer and his bands. Right? Boom. That's who Gog is, Gomer and his bands, brother. Not Esau. You can't do it. When I read this years ago, when I used to see that Esau was so-called Caucasians, and I read this, I got stuck. I got stuck like Chuck. I was stuck like Chuck. I never read it before. It's like when I read that passage in Mark, the brother came, he didn't have nothing to say. He changed the subject. I said, brother, could you please explain that one to me about Edomites following Yahshua, Yahushai? He changed the subject. Right now. So, place of graves in Israel, the valley of the passengers on the east of the sea, it shall stop the noses of the passengers, and there shall they bury Gog and all his multitudes, and they shall call it the valley of Hammon Gog. Boom. Any of y'all to follow me on TikTok, right? Wait a minute. I took a clip from I don't know if I can pull it up or not on my thing here. I took a clip from the TV anchor saying boom. I thought it was funny, so I clipped it out. Let me see. I don't know if I can go on TikTok. Let me see. I don't know if I can go on TikTok on my computer. I've never done it before. Let me see.
I am healthy. I am loved. I am successful. I am wanted.
Oh, never mind.
I am
okay,
adored.
Yeah, I got it. Some girl come on here talking about she's okay. Yeah, I know you want it and all of that. All right, let me see. Let me see. Hold on a second. Good gravy. I think I'm there. Okay, where is that?
So y'all do know the government be watching TikTok, right? Y'all do know we have a different government party, right?
Yeah, we know. Okay, here we go.
Boom. Boom.
Here we go.
Boom. Boom.
Wait a minute. And I saw him do that. I was like, man, that was funny.
Boom. 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 Boom.
All right, that's enough. That's enough clowning. When I saw that, that tickled me. I said, I'm going to clip that out. He said, boom. All right, let me wrap it up here. All right. Okay. All right, here we go. It says, so I will give them place graves in Israel, and valley passengers on the east of the sea shall stop the noses of the passengers, and there shall they bury Gog and all his multitude. They shall call it the valley of Ham and Gog. In 7 months shall the house of Israel be burying them, that they may cleanse the land. Wait a minute, brother. Wait a minute. They gonna bury Esau or Gog? Oh, Esau's Gog. That's right, brother. Bring it up. Bring it out. All right. And 7 months shall the house of Israel be burying of them, that they may cleanse the land. Yeah, all the people of the land shall bury them, and it shall be to them a renown the day that I shall be esteemed, says Master Yah. And they shall serve out men of continual employment, passing through the land to bury with the passengers those that remain upon the face of the earth to cleanse it. After the end of 7 months shall they search, and the passengers that pass through the land, we're talking about Israel now, we're not talking about America, pass through the land. When any see a man's bone, then shall he set up a sign by it till the buriers have buried it in the valley of Ham and Gog. So where's the grave at? The grave is in Israel. So where all nations come to battle, they come to battle in the valley of Jehoshaphat, not in America. So when he sends the fanners to fan the land, to empty the land, we are showing you this happening right here. This is not happening in America. All right. And also the name of the city shall be Hamona. Thus shall they cleanse the land. And thou, son of man, thus says the Master Yah, speak unto every feathered fowl. Isn't that what we just read in Revelations? Right?
What you bringing to the table, brother?
Speak to every fowl, to every beast of the field. Assemble yourselves and come gather yourselves on every side to my sacrifice, that I do sacrifice for you, even a great sacrifice upon where? The mountains of Israel, that you may eat the flesh and drink the blood. You shall eat the flesh of the mighty. You shall drink the blood of the princes of the earth, the rulers of the earth, right? Of the rams, of lambs, and of goats, and of bullocks, all of them fatlings of Bashan, right? Where's Bashan at? And you shall eat fat till you be full, and drink blood till you be drunken, of my sacrifice which I have sacrificed for you. Where? In Israel. Does that sound like the same thing we read in Revelations 19?
Am I right? That's right.
You can argue with me all day long, but you can't argue with this book. This book is right. All right, now, he said you're going to eat the flesh of mighty, drink the blood of the princes of the earth, of the rams and lambs and goats and bullocks and all the fatlings of Bashan. You shall eat the fat till you be full, drink the blood till you be drunken, of my sacrifice which I have sacrificed for you. Verse 20. Thus shall you be, thus shall be, Thus you shall be filled at my table with horses and chariots and mighty men and with all men of war. There goes the war, says Master Yah. And I will set my esteem among the heathens, and all the heathens shall see my judgment. That sounds like Isaiah prophecy too, brother. All of them, they all tied together. There's no different prophecies. They're not speaking about one land and then somebody says, oh, we're going to talk about America now. The new Babylon. No. We're leaving America. And we're not leaving on a midnight train to Georgia. We're not leaving on a midnight train to Georgia, brother. We're leaving out of America. We're going home. Surely the isles wait for thee to bring thy sons and daughters from afar. All right, now. So the house of Israel shall know that I am Yah, their Elohim, from that day and forward. That's how we know we're talking about the regathering, not 1,000 years later, right? And the heathen shall know that Yah, the house of Israel, went into captivity for their iniquity. Read it again. You know, they say, why you black people can't get it right? Why don't you just pull yourself up by your bootstraps? You just stole my bootstraps. I don't have no bootstraps. You stole them. You telling me to pull myself up by my bootstraps. You just stole my bootstraps. I don't got no bootstrap to pull up by, brother. Give me my bootstrap back and I can pull myself up. That's the reparations you owe. That's the bootstraps. Wealth of the wicked. You already know the rest. Who's the just? Israelites to return back to this covenant. We going home with stuff. Right? Like Crefton Dow said, we're going to get our stuff back. Uh-oh. My camera done froze up on me. Hold on a second. Camera done froze. It's frozen camera, brother. Let me see if I can figure out what's going on here. What's going on with my camera? Okay, there we go. I'm back. Woo! My camera have. I think the devil done got in my computer. No, I was slapping on the tables. What it was. I'm slap. Okay, I almost finished. All right, now where was I at? Okay. And the heathens shall know that the house of Israel went into captivity for their iniquity, because they have trespassed against me. Not because of what the so-called white man did, right? We didn't go into captivity because the white man, the white devil, hate us. Our forefathers went into captivity because why? They trespassed against the Most High. They knew they were Israelites. They knew who their lineage was. They knew their paternal fathers and mothers, but they disobeyed the commandments. So what makes you think because you come into the knowledge you're Israelite that gets you salvation? It is a returning to the covenant that's going to bring us back home. Now my camera wants, man, I'm telling you, maybe the devil is in my system here. Look at it jumping. Let's see what's going on here, brother. What's going on? Oh my goodness. Now it froze again. Okay, what the devil is going on here? I'm just about finished. Let me see. I'm gonna do this one more time. And I'm gonna do this one more time, and if this don't work, we'll just wrap it up. Let's see if that works. I won't slam the table no more. I must have jarred something loose. Okay. All right. So let's go back. All right. The heathen shall know that the house of Israel went into captivity for their iniquity, because they trespassed against me. Therefore hid I my face from them and gave them into the hands of their enemies. So fell they by the sword. So that's why we went into captivity, brothers. We went into captivity because our forefathers trespassed against the Most High. It wasn't because the white people were more powerful than us. It was because they was a devil. It was because our forefathers were devils. Okay? He says, according to their uncleanness and according to their transgressions have I done unto them, and hid my face from them, right? Therefore, thus says the Master, Yah is jumping again. Now will I bring into captivity, I will bring again the captivity of Jacob, and have mercy upon the whole house of Israel, and will be jealous for my Kodesh name. Right? Hold on a second. This is bothering me. And when I go to address it, it stops. You devils better get off my computer. That's what you better do. Okay. So I can tell when something is. Look at that. Look at it. I've never had this problem. And this is a new computer. I tell you what, let me take myself off the camera, see what happens here. Yeah, these devils think they slick. All right, y'all can hear me, right? Okay, I'm almost done. Okay. Let's see. Hold on a second. I'll look into it when I go offline. I don't know. Something's going on. Okay. Therefore, let's go back in here. Therefore, says the Master Yah, now will I bring the captivity of Jacob and have mercy upon the whole house of Israel, and will be jealous for my Kodesh name. I believe this is literal, whole house. I believe this is just me. Okay, and I have to do a further study on it. I believe that every Israelite that lived will resurrect and will get it right. Okay? Now, somebody might have a different opinion. I believe if it says whole house, I mean, he means the whole house. And have mercy upon the whole house of Israel, and will be jealous for my Kodesh name. After that they have borne, this is why I believe that, after that they have borne their shame and all their trespasses whereby they have trespassed against me, when they dwelt safely in their land, and none made them afraid. Let me read that again. After that they have borne their shame and all their trespasses whereby they have trespassed against me, when they dwelt safely in their land, and none made them afraid. So this seems like to me that this is talking about the people that transgress in the land, that are going to be brought the whole house, resurrected to get a chance to get it right. Okay, we'll talk about that in the future lesson. When I have brought them again from the people and gathered them out of the enemy's lands, and I am Kodeshed in them in the sight of many nations, then shall they know that I am Yah, the Elohim, which caused them to be led into captivity among the heathens, but I have gathered them into their own land, and have left none of them any more there. Neither will I hide my face any more from them, for I have poured out my spirit upon the house of Israel, says the Master Yah. Boom. So this is going to conclude for those of you that's just looking at this still. The enemy has attacked my camera. So you can hear my voice prayerfully. And I'm going to look at the comments here, and I will address some comments quickly if it's something that jumps out at me. If not, then I'll go ahead and wrap this session up. Let's go to my screen here. All right, let's see what we got here. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, lion pride. Deuteronomy 28, 33, 36 is the ultimate white man Esau killer. Yep. Deuteronomy 28, 33. Okay. Let's see. Deuteronomy 28. Already Josiah, Baruch Shabbat, my brother. Deuteronomy 28, 33. 28, 33. I know what it is, but I'm going to read it. Deuteronomy 28, 33. The fruit of thy land and the laborers shall a nation which thou knowest not eat up, and thou shalt be only oppressed and crushed always. Right. A nation which thou knowest not. That's good. Right. And the point that you're making is that we knew Esau, right? And let's see. Let's go to the next one. In fact, let's double this up here. Can I double this up? Okay. And verse 36. 36. Oh, 36. I went past it. Yah shall bring thee and thy king, which thou set over thee, into a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. And thou shalt serve other deities, wood and stone. I could hear their response to that one there. They would say, "See, Esau took on other names, and he took the land of America, and named it upon himself." That's how they would answer that one there. But the other one that you gave, of people who they would answer that one too. They would say, "Oh well, Esau mixed with the other seeds, and so we didn't know that Esau." Trust me, they got to answer it all. They got to answer. It don't make sense, but they got an answer. Let's see. But Torah about for that, Amore. Let's see. Lion Pride said, "Yefeth Gentiles trouble with Hamites, Gentile nations, and a sprinkle of Esau, Hebrew." I'm not sure if I make out what you're saying there, my brother. Japheth, Gentiles, God, Magog. Okay. Hebrew, Edomites, Idumea. Okay. I'm not quite clear. I guess reading text, sometimes text can be complicated to comprehend what somebody's saying. Okay, Lion Pride's gone. All right, okay. Let's see. All right, Lion Pride's gone. Is the number starting in 410 your phone number? That's one of my numbers. Yeah, I have two phone lines. One was set up as a business line, So my main one is 443. That's the one I give out all the time. 443-480-3166. Okay, yeah, glitch in the matrix. That's right. All right, so I'm done. That seemed to be it from what I can see from the messages. All right, so Father, we thank and praise you for all those joining us today on Shabbat. Pray that peace of Yah passes all comprehension, keep hearts and minds through Yahshua the Messiah. Till we meet again at a appointed time, we say hallelujah, 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 and Shabbat shalom.